All right.
Yeah, when you're young and dumb and think you
We're
can't.
live.
Thank you.
All right. We have everybody here, I think. Right.
Kevin,
will,
can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm gonna turn this up because it is needing to be up. Try that again, Becky.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Very well.
All
Can
right.
you hear?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. All right. It is, today is Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. And I'm going to call this meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Relief Board to order. And we'll start with a roll of members. Member Christine Bray.
Here.
Member Joel Earhart.
Here.
Member Andrew Larson. Here. Member Cheryl Ramstead.
Here.
And Paul Schnell is here. The quorum has been met. And with that, we will start with the first hearing. Bradley Servio.
Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Bradley Richard Servio, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Shakopee. Is that echoing?
What? Yeah, is that the radio in the background? I think we might be getting radio interference. If you can shut the radio off at the facility.
I didn't have any radio on with here.
Okay.
We're getting a little bit of feedback.
No, I heard that too, Becky.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me know if it's a problem.
Okay.
All right, our records indicate that on November 2nd, 1995, Bradley Servio met Schlegel at a bar. When they left the bar, they both went to Mr. Schlegel's residence. While at the residence, Bradley Servio struck Mr. Schlegel in the head with a hammer or hatchet type tool. Servio took property belonging to the victim, started the residence on fire, and left in the victim's vehicle. On December 13th, 1996, Bradley Richard Servio was sentenced to life imprisonment in Benton County District Court after having been found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 1 count of arson. Bradley Servio was sentenced to a minimum of 30 years of imprisonment, and she has previously been reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel on November 15th of 2022 and continued for a future review with the board in 3 years. Today's review represents Servio's second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. Her minimum parole eligibility date occurred on November 1st of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Servio. How are you today?
All right, thank you.
I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
To be able to move forward, whatever your decision may be at the end of this, just to continue to better myself, make more progress in my changing myself.
Well, why don't you start there and talk a little bit about what change has happened and what work you still need to do?
Through my incarceration, I've been to a few prisons and I've learned a lot about, I've done different programming. I have a better perspective of what prison's about. What was the other thing you wanted?
Well, so you talked, you developed a better sense of what prison's about. What insights have you gained into yourself?
Myself.
Your offending, your offense conduct, insight into what you've done, those sorts of things.
I need to I don't know how to find the words for. I guess when I got arrested when I was 24, my mindset was different. I was not smart. I've learned stuff that I know. I don't know. Give me a sec, please. I'm kind of stuck right now. I know.
Have you, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I know better how to do right now more than wrong. I still have stuff I need to figure out. Being here has been a little bit different than being in the men's. There's stuff I have to learn not to deal with like I used to. I know being mad or upset or their emotions is how I deal with these emotions more now than how I used to. I tend to try to think through my issues, make the right decisions.
So you've had some challenges, right?
Yes.
Some discipline, fairly recently.
Yeah.
So is that the issue of not being able to manage emotions? Is that what that's about?
I'm just not used to dealing with the broader range of emotions. I'm having a lot more mental health issues. Learning to navigate doing things differently than what I'm used to.
So you started out by talking about the fact that you wanted to be, kind of move forward and to continue the journey. And I would assume that journey is like the journey toward release at some
Yes.
point in time. What do you think remains the work that you would have to do and then demonstrate the behavior change in order for this board to ultimately make a decision to even move you forward, step you down? What do you think that should include?
I need to finish up my schooling and work with mental health about my mental stuff, and so that I no longer deal with my stuff the wrong way.
Do you think that what expectations should the system have of you prior to you being offered the opportunity for release? What do you think we should be seeing in you in order to bolster or to be able to defend a release to parole in you?
Uh, Probably some good time without discipline and just our overall actions, I guess.
So I noticed you didn't write a letter to the board as a, for instance. You chose not to this time?
Yeah, I'm not very good at writing, but
Okay.
yeah, no, I didn't.
If you're not very good at writing, if you were to be able to verbalize what you would have put in a letter had you written one, what would you want to say?
As far as
What would you say to the board if you know, I understand that you don't feel comfortable, you're not a great writer, but
uh,
so what would you have wanted to communicate had you written a letter? What would you want this board to know about you and about why you're in a position, you know, why you believe you're in a position where stepping down makes sense?
I'm not the same person I was at 24. I've realized that my behavior is not behavior that a person does in society. That I need to make changes so that I don't continue to be a productive member of society. To become a productive member of society, I need to, yeah. I I know I fell short on some things that I was supposed to accomplish before seeing you, and I'm not perfect, and
Ms. Servio, I guess one of the things that as I read through is, you know, some of the stuff I couldn't, the question popped into my head. Does this person really want to get out? Can you answer that question? Do you really want to be out?
I do, but I don't really like myself very much. So I like a chance to find out that there's more to life.
It's so, you know, when you talk about you know, this not liking yourself very much, um how much of that is tied to the shame that exists as a result of your offense?
Say that
Are,
again.
you talk about this sense of, you know, not liking yourself very much. How much of that comes from your involvement in this offense, taking the life of another person?
All of it. And my other past stuff I have done to also to my family and his family.
How do you think his family was affected by this?
not being there for them. Mentally, emotionally, maybe financially.
All right. I have, no additional questions here. Others do?
I'd like to ask a question of Ms. Servio.
Yes.
Commissioner Schnell asked you if you really wanted to get out, and my question's a little different. You have time. Why are you not attending chemical dependency treatment and all of the ABE programming? What's the reason?
The first one, the alcohol thing, I wasn't aware. I knew I had to take assessment, and they did 2 of them, and they were supposed to recommend and tell me, and I wasn't aware that I was supposed to.
So you're not aware that you have a directive?
I know I have a directive to follow do assessment and follow the recommendations, but I wasn't told what those recommendations were.
Okay, what about your working on your ABE program? Why are you not going to that?
I was fired recently.
Okay, I didn't see that. Why were you fired? You were dismissed from the program?
Yes, there is certain things you can get sanctioned for, and if you get too many of those, you get terminated.
And what were those? What were too many of? What?
Took a sick. I was having a bad day, and I was quiet and not disturbing people, but somebody wanted to have a conversation, and I used a couple swear words in my conversation, and the teacher sanctioned me for that.
What are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your time there that you think is productive?
I try to sign up for stuff, but right now I'm on UI, and I can't come out. I'm only up 2 hours a day, and they tend to not let UIs do too much programming.
Okay, and just so you know, you do have an unmet treatment directive, and that's all I have in terms of questions.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Servio, I have a question. When the commissioner mentioned your discipline in 2025, you said you were having a lot of mental health issues, if I understood you correctly. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And you stopped taking your meds. So could you talk about that? Why did you stop taking your meds? And what do you think you need to do to get help with your mental health issues?
What med was that I stopped taking?
I'm read in your psych evaluation
Yes.
that you stopped taking your meds and you were managing your own medications.
I think you weren't fully compliant with picking up your meds is what I recall. It was like about 70% of the time you were, but compliant, but not regularly. That's what I read.
I'm not sure what meds that it would be though, because I don't come down to KO or to the pill window. I have my stuff KOP'd.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you're talking mental health type medication or
Well, I was thinking mental health
Mental health.
medications. Yeah.
And I don't think I've been on them for a while.
Do you think that would be helpful?
At the present time that I quit, they weren't doing nothing. I have lately tried to get put back on something, and there was some confusion, and then discontinued it. So I don't know what's going on with that right now. I have to kite my psychologist about it. So that's where I'm at on that. So
Great. I think that'd be a good idea if you did. Kite
Yes.
your psychologist. Thank you.
yep.
Ms. Servio, couple of questions from me. So within your, within the psychological evaluation packet, one of the things that you talked about was some of your prior behavior was kind of related to a way for you to kind of protect yourself from your housing situation, being housed in when you're being housed in the male prisons, and you
Yes.
acted that way to protect yourself from being taken advantage of. Okay, and do you recall that? Do you recall
Yes.
making that statement? Okay.
Yes.
And so, and I can appreciate that, or I can understand the response. But then when I look at your more recent disciplinary history, much of the behaviors that you were demonstrated have continued since your transfer to Shakopee. So I'm just wondering if you have any insight into why some of the behaviors have continued.
I'm just trying to think of behaviors.
I mean, I can jog your memory a little bit if it would be helpful. So
Yes.
here's what I'm reading. So it shows that you've had 7 disciplinary incidents since your prior review, so probably about 3 years ago. One of those occurred at Rush City, and then the remaining 6 have occurred since you were transferred to Shakopee. They range from threatening statements being made to staff, shouting at corrections officers, destroying property of your own. And then I think another incident involving just kind of a violation of facility rules for cutting your hair or something along those lines. So I'm just kind of curious. So if the need to feel as though you're kind of protecting yourself because of your environment, if you've changed environments, how come the behavior has continued? Or what insight do you have into that?
It's more the I don't know about the threatening stuff. I don't recall making threats. I don't. That's just something I don't. I told myself I don't want to. I don't need to do threatening people. And usually
So,
before
go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
before I'd end up going the whole. There'd be a lot more involved in it. I'd be more fighting and not just saying stuff, and sometimes I still say I still have the saying stuff, and that's got
Okay.
to.
Okay, so you're indicate, or if I'm hearing you correctly, you've made progress in how you've responded,
Yes.
but probably some acknowledgement, still not necessarily a
Aggressive.
great response to some of those incidents. Would that be a fair characterization?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a board, what do you think is appropriate for the board to look at or have an expectation of prior to, looking at moving someone out, stepping them down, moving them into the community? Like what if you were in our position or if you're in my position, what do you think would be an appropriate expectation to have of someone who's looking to transition back into the community?
To stop having those things happen.
Okay. Like any sort of length of time that you think would be appropriate? Like what's a reasonable expectation?
I mean, I leave that in your guys' hands because I don't know.
Do you think you should control some of that yourself instead of board member Andrew Larson saying, I think you should behave yourself for the next 3 years or whatever the time frame is?
Well,
You know, don't you think you should just take it upon yourself to like work towards limiting the engagement in some
Yeah.
somewhat self-destructive behavior?
yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay.
I
No,
have-
thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Rubio, one additional question here. Did you have a chance to review the comprehensive risk assessment, the psychological evaluation? Did you read that?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. Did you note that at least through the assessment process, you were deemed to be of higher risk for future violence?
Yes.
And so what's your reaction to that assessment? Is it accurate? Is it true? Is it, what do you think?
I don't feel that it is. No.
Okay. Where did they err in that assessment?
The me coming back.
So you believe that if you were to be released today, you would not come back?
No, sir.
And explain to me how you can make that assessment. Just if you're in a controlled environment, you have these issues. Why do you think it is that you could make it outside, but you struggle to just go along and get along inside?
I don't believe majority of the time I do struggle to get along. I've had my bad days just like everybody else. I think I feel it's not the same. I don't think in here as it is out there though. As far as I know, there's people I'm not gonna get along out there too and disagree with, but I'm not stuck. I can walk away. I don't know.
You can walk away there too, right? You may have limited, maybe somewhat more limited,
Yeah.
but I don't buy the fact that you can't walk away. And that I think this is the essence of the struggle that I'm having as I look at this. I'm trying to see like what the future looks like. And the thing that is challenging is, so let me take a step down that road. So you say that if you were to be released by this board today, you would never darken the door of a courthouse or a prison again.
Correct.
And I want to just say, one, tell me how it is that you believe that would be the case. And number two, how you would even think about what that could look like if this board were to grant you a release. What would you even do? Do you have a sense of what your life would be like if you were to walk out of prison here in 60 days? What would it look like? What would you do?
I get a job. I know it's a lot different out there now than it is when I was growing up.
Ms. Servio, this is the crux of the issue. You need to think about how you live your life as though you were outside the fence,
True.
not inside. And the problem is, if you can't demonstrate it there, it's hard for me to envision what it would be like for you to be able to do that in the community.
All right.
I mean, what happens when you have some interpersonal conflict in your workplace and it ends up with you popping off and swearing at somebody or whatever and getting fired? I mean, these are the little situations that you may ascribe to being in prison, are realities of life out here too, that have to be managed.
Yeah.
And I don't hear from you clarity about that at all. And you know, I think it's time, if you're serious about wanting to get out one day, it's time for you to start living as though you're living inside, in a way that you should be living on the outside.
All
And
right.
I struggle to see that today. And do you understand why I'm saying that?
Yes.
Got a few questions.
Go ahead.
Ms. Servio, you were asked in preparation for today to provide a formal release plan with community support, the community support network. Would you tell us what your community support network is, please?
Mom and Dad.
Okay, and is it correct that you haven't had any registered visitors since 2018?
Yep.
And what accounts for that, that? Have your parents come or have you asked them not to come with?
First, there was the COVID, and then yeah, I don't know. They just mostly my dad comes. My mom doesn't have transportation or to get here. I guess she.
Ms. Servio, I don't hear much insight into your commission of the crime. In the comprehensive risk assessment, you explained that you were hopeless at the time and that it was easier to live in prison than out on the street, and that you couldn't function out in the world and viewed returning to prison as a way to establish stability in your life. What's changed?
I grew up so.
Anything else you want to say in answer to that question?
No. I don't know.
Did you know the victim before you murdered him? Other than that one evening that you met him? Did you have a relationship with him of any sort?
No, I met him before. My cousin was going out with him. But that was just in passing, I met him.
Did you have any sort of relationship or was there any?
No,
The judge who sentenced you was contacted about this hearing and said he'd wrestled with trying to figure out what motivated you to kill this man for $6 and then light the house on fire and then turn yourself in. Do you have any insight into what motivated you to do that?
no.
How can we be assured you wouldn't do something that would land you back in prison and not do the same thing, commit the same kind of thoughtless crime that you don't really understand what motivated you to do it?
Yeah. I don't know how to answer this.
Is there an answer?
I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Servio.
Any other questions from board members?
Yeah, I just have one quick question. You said, I was just rereading the psych report and rereading your history with medications and with providers and psychiatrists, and it really sounds to me like you see a benefit to all of that for yourself. And there's been some confusion about medications. But you said to me that you would put a kite in, because apparently you have been called to the window to pick up medications, but you didn't come. When do you think you might put a kite in to clarify what you need for your mental health? How soon might you do that?
I get back to the unit.
So maybe today even?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Right. Ms. Servio, prior to the board moving into discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to provide any final comment you would like to the board. None?
None. No.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I'll close the board discussion, and during the discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for further discussion.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to deny parole and continue for maybe 3 years. And I'm guessing we all might put conditions on. Mine would be to really continue to work on her mental health, whether it's medication, whether it's individual therapy, meeting with the psychiatrist, whatever it takes.
One of the problems is I see no indication whatsoever that she wants to get out. And if there's anything that we could do to motivate her to work toward getting out, I would recommend that. I don't know what it could be though, because I just don't see her wanting to be released or work toward release.
So let me just, we just want to make sure we clarify. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that
Second
motion?
it with additional conditions.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Okay. And then additional,
The additional would be to complete a GED, which I think was ordered earlier, to participate in the substance use disorder treatment. No discipline. It was also recommended that she continue to participate in the transgender support group. And then, as Ms. Bray said, the behavioral health and psychiatry to address what seems to be lack of understanding of what led to his crime and what might lead him to commit another crime.
I'd also just request addition of, and I think it's fairly recognized by everyone. I think Joe mentioned it. You know, there needs to be some real thought put into what does release actually look like. Like there's little to no release plan at this stage, and I think some of that is really driven by. I don't think she's given any thought to getting out. You know, when you raised the question earlier about, you know, does she want to get out? One of my notes was it almost feels like there's some self-sabotaging. Yeah, so I would request that be added as well.
release planning.
Release planning,
Yeah.
yep.
Yep. All right. Any other things that people would like to add or note? Otherwise, we have a motion and a second. So we'll call for the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. By unanimous vote, Ms. Servio, your parole is denied. You are continued for a term of 3 years with the conditions that have been laid out. And what I really would encourage is that you dig deep. If it is your wish to one day be outside of the prison walls, that you dig deep and that you drive a lot of the direction that, you know, that we're talking about here. And you know, it may start by you going back to your room today and writing that kite to health services, to see psychiatry, or whatever that looks like. But, you know, I would just encourage you to begin right away. You will get a letter from us describing all of this. Do you have any questions before we conclude?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We wish you the best. Take care.
You too. That's back.
All right.
We're hoping that the back was just was chunk of beef.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was. I was trying to change stuff and my tea was all going, couldn't get it.
Can you hear us there? Can we hear you?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right,
All
good.
right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Jason Michael Ives, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Ives, do you have your advocate participating today?
virtually.
All right, do you want to try to get a hold of her?
I'll email.
They can't hear me. If you have the mics.
Yep,
Yeah, he's gonna try it.
we'll just hold on here a minute and see if we can get a hold of your advocate.
Right.
And you were requesting your cousin, correct? Shannon Smith?
Yes,
Okay.
am I speaking loud enough?
Barely.
Is this?
This white disc here is.
Oh, there, we're
You
good.
got it.
We
You
got
got
it. Thank you.
Email's been sent.
All right, thank you. We'll wait a few minutes here to see if we can get her online. By any chance, do we have a cell number for her? Do you know?
I'll look. I'm pretty sure we do.
If you do you want to Teams it to me and I can give her a call really quick?
Okay.
No problem at all. We're waiting on the advocate. Okay. Thanks for asking. Can you just? Yeah, just log, you gotta click in, the login. Next week. She's gonna jump on, did get a hold of her, so
Sorry for the delay.
it happens.
In here. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen anything.
I don't know if we asked him.
This guy.
Did that look bad for me?
No.
She is probably thinking starting at 1 o'clock. Sent her a message, but she might not check.
Jan?
Ms. Smith, can you hear us?
Can you hear
Yes.
me?
There,
Yes,
now
now
we
we
can
can.
hear you. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, to continue, we're here today to review Jason Michael Ives. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Andrew Larson, Christine Bray, member Cheryl Ramstad, and we also have member Joe Earhart. Our records indicate that on November 30th of 1995, at approximately 4:30 a.m., Minneapolis police officers were dispatched to a gas station located in the city of Minneapolis regarding the death of the gas station clerk. Upon arrival, Minneapolis police officers spoke to a gas station customer who stated that he had just entered the gas station and observed the store clerk laying in a pool of blood. Officers report that they found a man subsequently identified as James Magnus Jr. lying face down between the pop machine and the cashier booth. The victim had no pulse, and officers determined he was deceased. Through an investigation, it was determined that Jason Ives and a co-defendant had taken money and cigarettes from the gas station. When they were leaving the gas station, Jason Ives shot at the store clerk in the back of his head. On May 22nd, 1996, Jason Michael Ives was sentenced to life imprisonment in Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Jason Ives was sentenced to a minimum of 30 years of imprisonment. He was previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel on November 15th, 2022, and continued for a future review with the board in 3 years. Today's review represents Mr. Ives' second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date will occur on November 30th of 2025. It should also be noted that Mr. Ives has a consecutive 13-month sentence for third-degree assault yet to serve. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board, Commissioner.
So good afternoon, Mr. Ives. How are you today?
I'm scared, a little nervous.
Okay. Well, what are you nervous about?
Well, a lot of just my PTSD, anxiety, but first time really gonna be heard since I've been in prison from just the whole situation. My anxiety.
So why don't you start by just telling us what it is you would like to see the board do today and why you think that that's warranted.
If I may, I prepared something to write initially.
That's fine.
If I could read to you guys on what's most important to me that I would like to express to everybody that's around.
Go ahead.
I'm grateful for this opportunity and I'm thankful for everyone's time and concern here. First and foremost is I will wish to acknowledge why we're all here. And again, 30 years ago, I did shoot and kill James Magnus Jr. at an Amoco gas station, and I cannot express enough how deeply sorry I am for this. I know for all the pain and sorrow that I've caused to everybody. Mr. Magnus was an honest, hard-working man, taking care of his responsibilities that night. innocent, trustworthy of his community. And I wish to use this opportunity to express my most sincere and heartfelt apologies and remorse to Mr. Magnus and his family. I know that I've caused an immense and unbelievable amount of pain. And I want to say to everybody, I take full accountability and responsibility for taking Mr. Magnus's life. For this, I am truly sorry. At trial, sorry. At trial, during the victim impact statements, I remember Mr. Magnus' sister and nephew expressed their loss and pain and their long and inexcusable road of grief that they're on. And there isn't a moment that passes where I don't live through the pain and remorse for taking an innocent life from his family and his loved ones. And the pain of knowing Mr. Magnus will never take his nephew on their deeply cherished fishing trips. To that community, I'm sorry for the amount of fear and trauma that they've endured and faced by me bringing this horrible reality into their lives. And to my family, my mom and brothers, I wish to acknowledge the pain and trauma I put on them, and I'm deeply hurt and sorry for causing my mom to feel as she failed to guide and protect me. I would just like to share a little of my trauma of my childhood for an understanding of what my mentality was like at the time of the crime. And in AA and other support groups, I often say now that I learned to take life before I ever learned to love one. And I say this because at an early age, around 6, my next door neighbor began sexually abusing me along with 2 other uncles for close to 4 years, around the age of 12. And this is the age that I noticeably started acting out, using drugs, drinking, running away from home. Fighting, stealing cars, property damage. I was trying anything I could to escape my childhood or the memory of it. I needed to prove to myself that I won't be a victim anymore. But everything that happened, every choice I made, excuse me. Say something.
No, just a cough.
Every choice I made was a result of my need to rebuild my false sense of reality. I was trying to rebuild myself in my head. And so everything that from the time of 12 to the time of the crime I'm trying to erase the memories of my childhood. And at the time of the crime, I was on a downhill spiral to the extreme of my bottom, binging for weeks, and I was on a robbing spree of my own. And I was running around with a loaded gun, robbing people, and with the loaded gun and a false sense of bravado stemming from these acts of robbery. And this became really addicting, that false sense of power. In my mind, I thought I was taken back. And that night of the crime is the last I was at that chase again, holding somebody's life in their hands. In my hands is the extreme of a bottom that I could take on the complete opposite. This is how I became the person to take a life. In treatment, I worked on myself a lot for a long time. I maintained a self-punishing frame of mind, refusing to consider getting out of prison even. Or even transferring for a lower custody facility. That kept me from coming to terms with my actions, but through the counseling and reflection I've changed my way of thinking of myself and the outlook of how I see other people and treat other people. Extensively working on my old ways and rebuilding my thinking and my old core beliefs, false beliefs. My whole entire therapy was based on understanding myself, accepting what my history has been to be able to change it. And who I don't want to ever hurt anybody again, or myself. And it took me a while to want to accept this role. Recently, with getting in touch with my family again, has given me a stronger outlook to look beyond the walls of that. I do see the opportunity, happiness for myself. That I have a right, if allowed, to build a happiness in the community. So, if it's seen fit that I have changed enough, or the second chance, I'm hoping to be allowed the slow transition, which I will always need, into community for my therapies. I will continue on my treatments. I'll always need the guidance of my sponsors, mentors, and family and loved ones. Then,
Thank you. You've had, a bit of a storied or checkered, perhaps, history during the term of your incarceration up until, what about 2021, 2022, I think, is when things really changed. What was it? What caused that change?
my mom passed away in 2009. Is when I finally just let go of all that anger fuel that I was trying to hold on to. Where I completely reached the bottom of loss in my life. So when I was given the opportunity to go back to Stillwater to get into treatment in Atlantis, I was prepared to do all the steps and do all the internal work for it. And graduating in 2020, all that COVID, all the loss from everybody's, just that overwhelming, emotional, but unexplainable life, the way that commitment is just, I just seen so much overwhelming just within that prison, let alone just to see how fast that trauma was. That is just so much that there was nothing that made sense to me on wanting to hold on to. None of my resentments, none of my false hopes, the false life, the false way I was living. I just completely let go of everything I thought I used to be, which was a defense. I got tired of hurting people. So in Atlantis, I got to know my therapist more. My primary therapist really seen the benefit of allowing people into my heart. And the more I've allowed people in to see that they've actually loved or have noticed the goodness in me, as I've been able to accept for myself. So I just seen that I was, although at the time struggle with believing I had a life to live on the outside in prison, in the community. Out of prison, I still did everything I could to maintain the better myself while I was still in there, while I was still in prison. And the reflection I saw in a lot of people that came around me that wanted to change, understanding the extreme of what I've done. So I fed off that more, seeing just more benefit of my change and those people surround that I was helping by helping myself.
So if I'm hearing you, as you begin to portray yourself in a more positive light, that's what came back to you?
The more I've been able to recognize the entirety of how better myself. Also, though, as I say that, what I mean is I tore down everything I had, my defenses of this fault or this fault or this fault from my history. I've been able to see how I was effective and how everybody I've hurt. And the more I've been able to acknowledge everybody I've been hurting, my crime, but even prior to that, all the people I have, all the victims I have had, that much more remorse and that much more I wanted to work on, is to be able to carry myself and for someone to see that I'm not that man I was in. I once I've been able to see myself through other people's eyes, it made me feel better for myself.
I'm interested or intrigued by the fact that you, in your statement, you shared an anecdote from the trial.
Yeah.
That you remember victim impact statement. When you think about the change, do you remember at the time, like, how did you respond when you heard that in court at the time? What was, what kind of public face did you put on at that time?
I was pretty shocked. I was still in a form of shock, so I don't believe I really showed much reaction at the time of the speeches. Still being new, still being young, that just in itself, that entire situation with the hearing and going through all that, I was pretty shut off then with myself. And so when they did read it, although I did listen and see and hear everything, I was still pretty shut down where I don't believe I showed any reaction at that time. But I did remember when his nephew I regret it. I regret not being able to show people what I did feel inside it.
One of the questions that always comes up, and it's a difficult question to answer, but the question that we will get from people, or I will have gotten from people over the time, is how do you know a person's changed such that they're going to honor the rules of society going forward? And how do you know that all of this change isn't for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to leave accountability, leave that prison without mind for how they're going to live their life when they get out? So let me ask you that question about yourself. How do we know that you're going to honor the rules of society, that you would honor the rules of society going forward, and that you have gained insight such that you would never do this again?
Aside from looking at what I've worked on, which I guess at face value, a lot of people could say maybe it's just checking boxes. It took me a while, even when I came to prison, to adjust with where I was and what kind of person I was. And many people, officers and staff I've come across that have noticeably seen me change is the only way is to reflect on how I show it now and how I help. So even in the community, I want to maintain giving back. I want to get involved with programs like the murder and missing Indigenous women. I want to get back to the communities. I want to be able to help. I don't ever want to just be, I don't ever want to just be a person. I don't want to just be a citizen. I want to be able to give back. And as I'm in here and the support and the co-counsel to give back, to just show the proof. The only way is to show that how genuine my change was, is to help show it off. I don't want it to just sound like I'm giving you guys words. I don't want to in any way come across ingenuine. For a long time, even accepting myself, forgiveness, or the change of working on myself for self-forgiveness is why a few years back, I guess refusing the transfer, because a lot of my internal struggle with myself punishing. So the only way I know to convince you guys is to show how I'm giving back.
My last question is the very end of your letter. You wrote, I do not claim to be a good man. I can never be that again. But I work hard to be a better man every day and to show that I do not want to ever make hurtful choices and decisions again. Can you talk about, there's a lot in that sentence. Can you break that down?
Well, because of just my history and what I've done, there's no false pretense of saying that I'm a good or I'm perfect, or even the work that I put in now to say that this is now change your mind of who I am. I want to show, though, that I can be a better person. The man I used to be, or the boy I was when I was 20, is nothing that who I am today. And all I can do with that is to show the work, is to reflect my changes, to see where I'm in this room with you guys, or where my future roads will take me, minimums, workhouse, that everything I do, I want to leave a footstep that's left of who I am, as positivity of who I am now. Every footstep from here on out. So I will never be perfect. I will never be, if maybe to say I'm a man without sin, but I will never have that claim, but I will always do what I can to show anybody in my life or in my future road past that I'm a better man than I was 30 years ago.
Thank you. Other questions from board members?
I have a question. I was, oh, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I was really struck when I read the psychologist report, and the way you talked about your feelings of guilt and remorse, and you made statements kind of indicating that you didn't want to be released if the victim's family did not want you to be released, things like that. And that's very unusual. And I was struck by it. I might be wrong, but my understanding is you did not write an apology letter. Is that right? Or
No,
did
I am in the process of working with him.
Oh,
In the process with, Chris, we're working with it now, back and forth on our things that I am in, still in the process of writing with him now. Like I'm waiting
Great.
for his response right now the letter itself, I've been writing for probably 15 years now. If I can't explain, in my heart, I don't believe I'm entitled to the interaction with the family. But in my heart, in my spirit, the true people that really can say to be released is if their accountability, if their comfortability with me to come out there, which is why I chose at my 27 year, where that's not to say I haven't been working on my self-forgiveness, and I don't feel entitled that I have that right. I didn't feel anyways, to just because of the time I've done, the work I've done, that I just earned that right. And that was why my 27-year hearing, I said that I wasn't ready, because it's a back and forth to say that I still believe it's so that it's truly the victim's family, Mr. Magnus and his family and their loss, that have the final say. And I didn't want to come out just on the rights of the time I did, that if they were feeling any way more traumatized or abused, or if any way uncomfortability. So I felt that that was just, sorry. Does that answer your?
yes, it did. I just wasn't sure if you were finished or if you had more to say. So thank you for that. And then this is more of a release-related question. You said you wanted to get more skills before leaving carpentry and construction. Are you still thinking that way?
Yes, I plan. My aunt works with the Project Propel, and everything they have to offer is literally the steps of what I can get paid for the schooling, that learning how to budget, learning how to live life, learn how to live in the community, the banking. I can get paid for doing the schooling, and I have always wanted to be in the carpentry. Even in '98, I initially signed up in Stillwater to be in carpentry, but then they were saying libraries could only have one BT program, so I withdrew from it at the time, but that's something I still always do. So I intended on, if to see what you guys decide, because I will require that I understand every step I need to facilitate my transition to the community, that they do have for the trades here for the construction and carpentry. And I have already intended and applied for my essay in that here, if to say to earn the initial start here for the carpentry and the construction program. Both should be the minimum of 4 months each, but I have already applied on them here, just anticipating that I'll still be here then. But even so, to do these, I still intend to continue, because I can do the apprenticeships and all that, and they will still help me with every guidance of setting up the psychiatry, the medical, my therapist.
Great, thank you. I just want to say your art, photos of your art were in the board book, and it looks really good.
Thank you. Yeah, there's some, if I may, when I started doing the pointillism, changed a lot of how I viewed seeing the outside of me, and that the ability to see doing the pointillism in so many dimensions of allowing me, that my brain has been allowed to see when I do look at everything in life, and to be able to slow down my thinking to see the entirety of what can come about. So when I do the dots and the pointillism, I see all that. I don't have to focus on what them dots and distractions are. I can see the outlook, and so it helped me a lot once I started doing that pointillism myself.
Thank you.
Mr. Ives,
Yes.
I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you about, one of them about substance abuse. I noted that you completed Atlantis in 2020, and of course, substance abuse had been, before you were incarcerated, certainly a almost lifelong problem for you. Are you in any kind of support group there in Moose Lake right now?
Yeah, I actually co-facilitate the CMA, and I volunteer with going to, although it's here, it's inmate facilitated, I still maintain going to AA. I just recently earned my 4-year from there, from Stillwater coming here from AA, my 4-year sobriety. And that, yeah, that will always be gonna be a lifelong treatment I will work on and enjoy. And a
Good to
lot of
know.
what I've learned and being able to reflect and hearing other people, I actually do enjoy the support and the treatment and I get to see from other people.
And
But
how would you participate on the outside? What kind of programming participation would you
same as many as I can get into, maintaining, getting a sponsor and maintaining the AA and the participation of giving back to the communities, which I intend to do also with my art. And so I say specifically with the MMIW, but in general, that's sobering for me to see the reaction of how people enjoy my art. But it's also what keeps me focused on, because if I'm not doing art or all that, if I'm using, relapsing, I'm not into nothing with art. I'm not into any maintaining that. So that's my biggest red flag, is if I'm not relaxed enough to do my art, I'm obviously not on, even if I'm not literally using, I'm back into relapse just by the thought that I'm not doing what is therapeutic to me and what does keep me calm and at peace.
Okay. So
But
that will
I
remain
do
a focus for you,
always,
sobriety.
I'll always be in AA and
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Ives, a couple of questions for you, I should say. You had said earlier that you want to be able to give back. What does that look like? What does giving back look like? And is it something you do now, or is it something you do if and when you are ultimately released?
both. I do it here, and everything from I teach people art. I teach people, so many people, with the pointillism is to help people find alternative ways and not to allow themselves to get bored or stagnant. In here, don't have too many outlets, but I was both financially and my art throughout will be the biggest point in my life, and how I can give back, whether it's giving awareness to where the struggles are to other people's or future victims or possibilities, to give back to support. I have a strong I have a strong belief on wanting who's around me or who's in my life to cross a path with, to be able to help them. And it's maybe simple to other people, to even teaching people to draw is my form, and everything from I want to be involved with victim awarenesses of other avenues as well.
Okay, thank you. One last question for me. And so this actually comes out of your I think the most recent institutional review or the program review team. And there's a comment from one of the support staff. And it said that you recently completed the long-term offender program. You spoke in front of the group with a smile, pride, with no problems. Historically, you would not have done that due to your thought process. What's the difference in your thought process? Help me to understand the difference between the old you and the one that we see before us.
So I can explain this by first going to Stillwater when I first enrolled in Atlantis. And I had this false sense even then of the bravado of I'm a lifer, so I talked down to people. I knew what was right because no one else could tell me otherwise. And I told people, do this, change this, this. And once I re-enrolled into Atlantis, I've learned to drop my own defenses. And almost every time I would see a change in someone else, how I enjoy that excitement when there's this, if I just have that one guy, and not so much a younger inmate, with staff as well, that I affect them with how I'm helped to understand. It helps me. I appreciate that more in life. I enjoy life for myself, knowing whether it's just that one person. I've spoken with the initial psychiatrist for my assessment, and he expressed to me on how I told him on how my outlook with the art and my pointillism, and that he expressed to me he as well. I gave him another way of thinking or looking at, and that's very that's real strong to me for my spirit to see that I'm effective. I've always, since doing that, I see the magnet of people that do want to be around me, the enjoyment that they look for, that I do. I can, be the joke to people. I can raise people's spirits, as well as when it needs to be, help them see the truth and reality of what's. So the more I enjoy that honest attention that somebody, whether it's just you guys, my cousin, when I have that captivation of knowing that I'm speaking the truth, or there's a depth or a strength to what I'm speaking, means a lot to me. I can go back and that builds my spirit more, so I can see, I can smile, I can feel the love. And I try to reflect that's why I'm not a politician. I don't give good speeches, but I'm honest.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn to Ms. Smith. We want to thank you for being here today, and I just would like to open the floor to you to provide your insights and thoughts relative to Mr. Ives. You're muted. No. There we go.
Can you
There
hear
we
me
go.
now?
Yep.
Okay, I said, thank you for having me here. I just want to reflect, a lot of stuff that Jason had said. Jason has been changed, and I can tell you this much. When he was younger, he was a wild child. I used to babysit his family a lot when we were younger. Things that happened to him nor us is a reflection of how we grew. Our families, we're Native American and we believe in higher spirits. Jason has come to the term of what he has done in his past versus what he is doing now in the future. He looks to help people out. He looks to be there as a dependent person who has went through what he's went through to help the people who are out there trying to escape from what he went through. Jason would be a good counselor to help people out there. I believe in his spirits. I believe in his art. I have his art hanging all over in my house. Okay, a lot of things happened to Jason. His mom passed away. That was a huge thing on Jason. You know, he knew he was a disappointment to her. That's how he felt. But in her heart, she loved him with everything. She never said he was a disappointment, even though what happened. We as a family, we bear together. We always have, we always will. My auntie has a program that she goes through. It's the Propel. She works there. She will help him there. His family structure out here, as far as his support, will go a long way. I can tell from now, from before, it took Jason a while to get back to me, but I never stopped trying to get a hold of him. I kept paying him, kept paying him, kept waiting, and finally, you know, he had went through his counselings. He's went through his addiction problems. He's went through the volunteering of helping other people. We as natives, when you get together with a group, we all get together and we do things spiritually. And that's what Jason has been talking about. I can see by looking at him now compared to what he was back then, that he has changed, that he does want to help people, that he wants to get through this. He has finally learned how to accept everything that has happened in the past and move on to the future. He wants to be there to help people. He doesn't want to hurt anybody else. He regrets what he did when he was a child, because in his mind, even though he was 20 years old, he was still a child, basically. And he only thought what he was doing was because he needed to follow what other people were doing. Jason was a follower back then. He wasn't a leader. You know, so he does have the support out here. And a strong person who can actually sit and say, I regret what I did, and have emotions and feel for what happened, that he is so sorry. And he regrets what happened to that family. He just wasn't thinking properly. And all these years that he's gone through and been in prison, he's fall down, he's gotten back up, he's fall down, he's gotten back up, and then he stayed straight. Getting himself into programs, helping him, you know, survive through what he was going through. Most of the time he did that stuff on his own because he thought his family out here didn't want to support him, didn't love him. But after he finally started answering me, he started to realize then, you know, that he does really have a family out here that wants to help him, that wants to keep him straight in the right and narrow arrow, you know? People do deserve second chances. Some people don't. Only you guys can make that decision, I guess. I believe in my eyes, what I see, what I hear, what I know, that Jason does deserve a second chance.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here today.
Yep, not a problem. Thank
Mr.
you.
Ives, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to open the floor to you to make any final comments.
I'm, again, just to say again that I'm thankful for this opportunity. And that I'm open-hearted to accept what it is you guys believe is best for me. I've tried to prove the change on which route I would like to go with the steps, the facility, the opportunities to deal and actually have a life, to start a life as an adult. And I hope you guys see the same.
Thank you. At this time, I'll close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this for discussion among the board.
Just
Wait.
Mr. Ives will have a 13-month sentence to serve also consecutively.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to be sure.
Yeah.
If we were to decide to grant parole, if he did not fulfill any directives would we be able to cancel the parole? I'm not sure how that works.
He would, if we would really, I mean, if we were to grant parole and give him a date and he met that date, that is, you know, it's a card laid is a card played, so it would be done. And there would be no pulling back the parole unless it was a, you know, serious revocation matter. But he is paroled nonetheless. And so he would go through a very different process than being regranted. So it would be different.
Well, I wondered about denying parole today to give him 18 months to finish up the work he wants to do. And then, assuming everything goes well and he meets our conditions, we then move him to the 13-month sentence.
Yeah, the 13-month sentence would be about, about 8 months, a little more than that, something like that. So one of the ways that it could be managed if we were to look at this, it would give a chance for us to evaluate would be to, you know, look at, you know, he wants to complete those programs. As I understand it, that's what, 8 months or something like that, I think is what it was. Depending upon when they start. And, you know, perhaps what could happen is if we use that type of a model would be to look at a move that would progress them at least just to minimum as a step down after whatever that looks like, and then come back at that 18 months time. And then, you know, if we felt like things were good, then he could be moved to work release for service of that determinant sentence and on a step down. And I think it would also then allow, because one of the things I'm struck by is the question around, you know, just the victim interest and participation stuff. And I don't know exactly what that would look like or, you know, where you know, family might be on some of that. But I just think it would be interesting to explore that a little bit. So maybe what I could do is I'll formulate it in a motion. So I would move that we deny parole, continue him for 18 months, that he would continue the work that he's doing there and can complete the construction programs that he seeks to complete. And when that happens, assuming he's in full compliance and maintains involvement with his aftercare, his AA, whatever that looks like, any mental health involvements that he has, if that continues, that he would be could be then transferred to a minimum setting. And we would see him then at that 18-month mark where we would have the chance to, you know, discuss his progress. And in the meantime, he should really work on developing that comprehensive release plan. And you know, one of the things that I know we talked about it at the last hearing, and I offered you the opportunity to maybe make some art that could be used. But today I'd like to do something a little different in that sense that I would add to that given the power of the art stuff and what it conveys, I'd love it if you would do a piece of art, that's a drawing on a piece of paper. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, that communicates that sense of impact of what you've done and your thoughts and recognition of those left behind by virtue of what you did. And I don't know if it would ever be received by a victim family, but it's a way of communicating that you seem to find some connection with, and that it has not just some, you know, benefit from the standpoint of showing your skill, but it also is a way that you communicate that sense of spirit that you talked about. And then, and maybe it's something that could be explored. So that's my motion.
I'd add one more thing that he, if the opportunity arises, he work on financial literacy.
That would make a lot of sense, and so I would support that. Is that a second then? Was that a second?
Yes.
Okay, that was a second. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Just to clarify, please, so this would mean after 18 months, he would come back before us with no guarantee as to what would happen next. We'd look at how he's progressed within that 18-month period.
That's correct. He is not, there's no parole. That would be the time for a parole consideration, and then, you know, they could, or they may not, but, you know, then what the rest of his time looks like could be managed.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes. Board
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Ives, you've had a chance to hear what we've laid out. Any questions about that?
I don't, no, I don't have any. Can you explain again how the 13-month?
So what could happen here, what the way this could work is that, assuming, let's just say you did everything perfectly and that, you know, like it was your point, like we had some victim, like input or thoughts related to this, and I don't know what their positions would ever be, but what would happen is you would do the program for the next 18 months. And let's just say you finish up with building programs there. And let's say that takes us to June or July. At that point in time, or the end of the year, I don't know, whenever, you would move to minimum. And you would stay in minimum custody. At 18 months, you would be seen by the board. At that point in time, assuming everything went well and the board was in agreement, you could be granted parole on your life sentence and move to work release to serve that 8 or 9 months of your determinate sentence. Does that make sense, Don?
Yep.
So it's a way of managing step down
Yep.
and your determinate sentence that has to be served.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
All right, and we will get you a letter, you know, explaining all this stuff as well. And if things come up, you can always feel free to ask. Go ahead. Anything else?
So will any further transitioning wait after the 18th month? Or will going to a minimum be?
That can happen beforehand. That can happen before that. So once you complete that program there, you know, the two construction programs that you identified, then the team there would process a move transition to minimum.
All right.
And you'd be at minimum until your 18-month point.
All right.
And
Right.
yeah, and just discipline-free obviously would be one of those expectations, standard, right?
Yep.
But you're on the right path, and you know, and I hope you hear in us, you know, that this is there is an investment in you and trying to see the progress that you've made, and the fact that your eyes appear to be at least open, you know, to the fact that what you put out in the world
Yeah.
can oftentimes come back to you.
Speakable content could be found on the screen.
Not sure where that's coming from. Anyway, but we're good to go. So I wish you well, and talk soon.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, take care.
If if you could just mute on your end until you switch people out there, that would be great.
Sounds good. And Lund is ready with her guy in the hallway.
Okay, perfect.
Do we have time for?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Swanson next?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Which way do I face?
Right there.
All right.
Yep. Can you see it? You can see yourself there?
Oh. Yeah.
We can hear you very well.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank
We
you.
just need a couple minutes.
I can't actually see myself, but I can see where I'm at. Might as well focus that far.
Yeah, you look good.
And I just want to make sure to catch it.
Unmuted.
Mr. Swanson, can you hear us there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just need a second, sorry. Delete it. Pardon me?
He's on. He's on.
Everybody's on? All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review James Shane Swanson, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Swanson also has his advocate, Mr. Justin McNeil, participating by video today. Thank you for joining us, sir. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Cheryl Ramstead, Chris Bray, Andrew Larson, and Joe Earhart. Our records indicate that on June 14th, 1991, Corinne Strufer went to a Perkins restaurant in Grand Rapids with some friends. The following morning, after she did not return home, her disappearance was reported to the sheriff's office and search crews were dispatched. On June 18th of 1991, James Swanson turned himself into local law enforcement. Initially, Swanson told different stories to the investigators. Eventually, as interviews and investigations continued, James Swanson led authorities to a wooded area where Corinne Strufer was found buried in a shallow grave. During her autopsy, it was discovered that she was shot in the back of the head and in her throat. Evidence also found that she was raped. On December 17th, 1991, James Swanson was sentenced to life imprisonment in Aiken County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. He was also sentenced to 91 months for kidnapping to be served consecutive to his life sentence. James Swanson was initially reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel on June 12th of 2018 and continued for 3 years. At his second hearing, he was continued for 5 years, but was given the option to petition for an earlier review after 3 years if he completed the directives that were given. On April 29th, 2025, James Swanson was approved for an early review hearing. Today's review represents Mr. Swanson's third review after serving approximately 34 and a half years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence occurred on June 21st of 2021. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swanson. How are you today?
Oh, pretty good, sir. You?
I'm all right, thank you. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting and the reason for that.
I would like to, if possible, sir, I would like to start my next sentence. I do
Go ahead.
believe it's a minimum of 5 years on the 91 months I would have to do.
Okay, so you'd like to be transitioned to your determinate sentence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Swanson, what makes you feel you're ready for that?
Well, sir, I can't say the entire time I've been down, but since about 93, everything I've done is to better myself for society. Every program I've done, every class I've done is to make myself a better person to be out in society. I believe I've done every program possible to me that would actually benefit me.
So you feel like you are, in your view, are you rehabilitated?
Yes, sir, I would say yes. But I must check first though on that, on what you consider to be rehabilitation. To me, rehabilitation is the sitting there thinking about what did you do to your crime, what led up to it, what was your mindset at that time, and what have you done to make sure it does not happen again?
So why don't you walk us through answers to those questions?
Yes,
Because
sir.
I think it would be interesting just to hear your view on those questions.
All right. Leading up to my crime, sir, I had no empathy for people at all. And I was extremely short-tempered and angry all the time. On the night of the crime, I had gotten an argument with my crime partner. And when a comment I'd made to him to prove a point was the next person that comes out of Perkins, I'll pick him up and shoot him. Which we did. Karen Schubert died that night, sir, because not only did I lack empathy, I could not control my own emotion. Did not deserve to die. But she did. That was my fault. I transferred from college to New Mexico to do my time. Well, there I had my first victim offender dialogue with Mr. Don Struford and his daughter. But during that mediation we were doing, I referred to his daughter as a carcass. That bothered me so bad that I got to where I did not like myself anymore. working with the psychologist in the prison there, they started working with me, and one of the things I wanted to work on was how do I better myself not to be that person? It was through dealing with the psychiatrist that discovered I didn't have empathy for people. So he put me as a hospice nurse working as an infirmary aide. He made it a point to make sure I had to work with patients who were dying. I had to sit with them, take care of them, and then sit with their families afterwards. After 5 years of doing that, I got empathy. It's one of the greatest gifts I think I got out of that prison system there, was the ability to actually feel other people's pain before, and I actually want to help them. Had I had that years ago, I wouldn't be here right now. But I don't think it was something I could have gotten out there. It's something I had to develop in here. So that every program I've done has been taken to actually better myself, to be a better productive person in society. Every job I've had is something I can actually carry with me to the street. I've always made it a point to actually focus on what caused the problems, how do you fix them, and that's what I've done.
So what is it that you have to do to avoid problems in the future? That was one of your questions, I believe.
The questions in the future are relatively simple. Where I used to be reactive to my anger, after anger management in New Mexico, I've learned to assess. And whenever you get angry, they make you stop and assess. Why are you angry? What's causing the anger? So you no longer are reactive to things. That's been quite beneficial. It teaches you never react when you're emotionally charged. You get happy, you're mad, angry, not react. You make bad decisions.
So you've had some discipline that is in the not so distant past. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And it would seem to me that one of the challenges is really when it boils down to is that sometimes there's struggles interpersonally with other folks, with other people. Is that fair?
Oh no, in prison you're always going to get inner struggles with people. That's normal. That's how you react to them.
Right. How you react to them. So how do you react to them?
Usually I avoid them. I can walk away and just let them go. I quit trying to prove myself to be right. You know, when you get in an argument with somebody, everyone wants to argue that they're right. I don't anymore. I don't care.
So what causes what causes you to have these situations where you get new discipline?
Oh, well, that's right. I opened up the machine. I was working with somebody and they thought the machine was empty. I said, it's not empty. I opened the machine and picked the trays up. In the process of picking up the trays, I burnt myself. When the water hit my hand, it scolded me. When it scolded me, I put the trays down on the table and buckled up. Now, I should not have opened the hot side of the machine, but that's not what they disciplined me for. They disciplined me for reacting to being burned.
So it seems to me that so you don't believe that there are any kinds of issues or problems around patterns of social or interpersonal deficits. That does not ring true for you?
I'm not really having a problem with most people, sir. I get along with most people I deal with here. I walk around, I socialize with people. I don't get in fights. I'm not in arguments with anybody.
How do you think you would fare if you were to walk out of prison today? What would that look like?
Well, I'm going to need a support system set up because I think most areas I'd be all right in, but there's gonna be certain areas that I can't even fathom yet that are gonna come up, I'm gonna need help with. For basic stuff of getting a job, holding a job, housing, medical, I can take care of that myself. There are other areas I'm not really sure how I'm gonna deal with. It's hard to, imagine something you can't imagine. Since I'm not sure what the obstacles are I'm gonna run into. That's why I think it's good to have a support system set up to where someone, I can at least get hold of somebody and say, how do I do this? How is this done?
So how have you, so it sounds like that's one of the areas that you need to give focus to. Have you talked to other people who you were incarcerated with, who made this transition and learned about what they did or how they managed it?
None of them have made the transition yet, sir, that I've talked with. Other people that are getting out of prison all have family members still alive that are in the area, so they just go with their families. But most of the people that in my social area, the ones, they haven't ever gotten out.
Okay.
To talk to them, that they have to get out and then come back in. And hopefully all the ones so far, all the ones I've talked to that got out are still doing good out there.
There has been a lot of back and forth in terms of accounts of what happened here over the course of time. You know, I think, you know, it sounds to me like, you know, you are in a place now where you have a greater acceptance of responsibility for your involvement in the offense, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
You know, I just would say that, and I do have concerns about, you know, about your community and your ability to maintain, to maintain kind of connections with people. And I think how critical, as you mentioned, having that support network will be critical. You know, should you be released? Let me just ask this question: Do you really want to be released?
Yes, sir, I do, very much so.
And if you were to imagine your best life being released, what would it look like?
Well, I'd like to be out with my family and be able to transfer back down to New Mexico with my family, be with them on what life they have left in them. That not being given, if I stay in Minnesota, I would like to get a small place in the country, have gardens, some chickens, friends coming over. Pretty much just live a quiet, relaxed life with what's left of it.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I'd open it up to other board members.
Mr. Swanson, you had mentioned that you've participated in the VOD or victim offender dialogue process. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What have you taken from that? What have you gotten out of that?
When doing the victim offender dialogue, I get to feel the pain I've caused the Struber family and others. I get to feel their perspective of it, what they went through. Instead of what I think they went through, I get to hear from them what they went through. Their loss, their the damage I did to them. And you can't really make amends, but you can try. I mean, you can't really make amends.
So you said you can try. What are ways in which you have tried?
Oh, I sit with Mr. Struber. I talk to him openly on any subject he wants to talk about. Make sure he just disclosed of everything and anything, any documentation, any forms, who I talk to, who I call on the phone, who I write to. He has a right to know all that.
Do you think there are ways beyond just beyond just that interaction, you know, more broadly, ways in which you've are able to make amends and or kind of give back. Do you
We've been
understand what I'm
talking about-
asking?
Well, we've been talking about trying to expand our circle to a larger group.
There we go.
We've been trying to get that done for a little bit now,
Who's we?
me and Mr. Strufert.
Okay. Can you just talk a little bit more about
All right.
about
Yeah,
that?
we've been trying to get it large, to get more people involved in it, more larger. But so far, everything we've tried is not gone through yet. So we put the request in, but nothing's gone through yet.
Are there, because I know you mentioned Mr. Strufert and kind of the work with him, but are there other things beyond that?
Well, I've talked with other inmates in here, but most of them are terrified of doing the victim offender dialogue with their victims. And I'll try to explain to them that it's actually helpful to them. I said, the people won't get closure, but they can get acceptance of what happened. But it's really limited on. First, we had the COVID situation where no groups were going. I've done the restorative justice. There I was able to speak to a lot of the guys there on what it's like to do the victim offender dialogues. And they all knew Mr. Strufert, so that was actually good.
Okay.
But
Have you
most people-
done, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Like I say, most of the inmates here though, they got a fear of doing it. Of doing the victim offender dialogues.
Well, and I guess I'm referring to even more than just victim offender dialogue. Like, are there other ways that you can give back, make a positive difference that you would be able to articulate as a way to make amends for your crime?
That I'm not sure, sir, because I'm not sure what's open to me, what can be done or not done.
Okay. Last question for me. What have you done have you done any formal vocational training? Because I understand you went in when you were fairly young, I'm guessing. So
Yes.
like, have you done any formal vocational training since you've been incarcerated?
Yes, sir. I did.
Can you talk about that?
Yes, I did some psychology classes in New Mexico. I did a couple of computer classes there. Well, when I came up, I did the training down there for sewing. The garment shop, I did training in that garment shop, so I got that down. In this state here, I've done a bunch of religious training because it was my goal and hopefully in life to start my own religious center when I got out. So I went through and took all the credits to get that done. Became an ordained minister, got licensed in the state.
How will those things help you, I guess, if and when you're ultimately released? Like, how will you use that to make a living, work, pay bills? How will you use those things?
On the religious center, they're usually self-supporting themselves, but before that, I'm kind of actually I have to get a job and actually work a living. I can work retail. I'm actually good in retail. I'm good at assembly. I've done the assembly work. I can do garment shop work. Getting a job out there is really not a worry to me, sir. Especially in today's society, nobody wants to work. I like working. The religious center, I never thought of it as for making money. That's an area I want to set up where people can come in and pray when they want to, how they want to.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Swanson, you may have said this and I missed it. What do you hope to get out of the victim offender dialogue process?
More empathy and better understanding of what victims go through. How to work with them, how to help them, how to try to make amends.
Thank you.
Mr. Swanson, I have a question.
Is that
I'd like to hear more about the motive for the kidnapping and murder. Can you describe what was going on with you then?
Oh, yes. That night, I had gotten a bunch of ducks. We had a duck order. And I got through trouble catching the ducks out of the Mississippi River. Was not easy to do. And in the process, I had to dive off the dam in Grand Rapids while being chased by security with the ducks. Put it down the river. When Mr. Sullivan came to pick me up, he released the ducks, said we'd get them later. Well, we'd get them later means I get them later. And I was extremely angry about that. Now, I was always short-tempered, but that night I was really angry. And when we were sitting in the car, he was trying to calm me down, and he made a stupid comment about what was more powerful, a 25 or a 22. And I said, that does it. We'll solve this argument once and for all. I said, next person comes out, we'll just shoot him. And the next person came out was Karn, and he said, that's Karn. I said, there a problem? He said, nope, fine. And because of my anger, my lack of empathy, and my wanting to prove myself right once and for all, she died. She didn't need to die.
So you got angry at the person you were hunting with. Were you hunting these ducks with a rifle?
No, you never hurt the ducks. You shine a light in their eyes, and they'll sit still, and you put them in a sack. These go to farmers. Farmers were buying them from us.
Okay, gotcha.
If you put the ducks in a chicken coop for a couple of weeks, they domesticate, and then you can let them out, and they'll come right back.
Okay, I didn't know that. Tell me, why did you have a gun with you?
I do not know. I never took a gun to the Mississippi River ever when I was going down there, and yet something that night propelled me to grab those two guns. I walked back, I reached over, I grabbed them. I've talked with Mr. Struford about that many times. I don't know why. I left the room. I had taken 3 steps, stopped, walked back, reached over, grabbed them, took them with me. And I've never been able to figure out why, because I never took firearms to the river. The river's acidic. It eats stuff up like that. They weren't needed.
Was your victim the very first person that you saw after you became so angry?
Yep, that was the very first person that came out during the argument.
So you raped this victim. At what point did you decide to rape them?
No, ma'am. She was shot. The next night, Mr. Sullivan went back and had sex with the body. I did not rape the victim. I murdered the victim.
So you're saying you murdered the victim. He was
Yes.
with you. The next night, he went back and
Had sex with the body.
Where were you at that time?
I walked in, seen him,
Walked in where?
to the crime scene. He was supposed to go up and destroy the body with acid the next night. I didn't want the body destroyed. I went up to move the body. When I went up to move the body, he was having sex with that body.
So just out of the blue, you went to the crime scene, he went to the crime scene, and
Not out of the
you
blue, ma'am.
observed.
He went out there, he went to destroy the body. I went to stop the body from being destroyed. In the process, he
Why?
decided to have sex with the body.
Why did you not want the body destroyed?
Because when I shot Karn, something happened to me that night. When I shot the first shot, she went out, and I shot the second gun. It was extremely dark out. It suddenly went bright light. I could see bright light. Everything around me was lit up. I could see her pupils open up on her. I could feel her presence there. I could feel the aura, and then all of a sudden it went dark again. And I looked at him and I said, and the first thing I said was, what the hell did I just do? I said, do you see that? And he says, what? I said, you didn't see that. He said, did you see what just happened? He said, yeah, he shot her. I said, no. Something happened. I had an experience there that I don't know how to explain. Something happened.
Let me go back just a minute. She was shot twice. Who fired the second shot?
I fired both shots.
And why twice?
Was that, ma'am?
Why did you fire twice?
The argument was what was more powerful. That was the whole original argument, a 25 or a 22.
And you had said somewhere else that you thought that taking a life was the ultimate form of
Oh,
power.
yes, that was always a mindset of mine. I'd read that when I
Was this in your mind at the time that you
Oh, yes.
kidnapped and murdered this young lady?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I always believed that. When I read that, the ultimate a lot of power is shooting somebody or telling their life and taking it. It's not. It actually is the opposite of that. But it's one that has to be experienced.
That's all I have. Thank you.
And I was just, guys, I'll straight there, ma'am. When I went up there that night to move that body. Right. This has caused recurring nightmares for me ever since then. My crime and that second night. And I've talked with Mr. Strubert on that. We're trying to set up a deal with mental health here, where I can actually talk with mental health and Strubert at the same time so we could go over these things. But so far it hasn't worked out.
So you killed the victim, but you don't want to be accused of raping the victim.
I didn't rape her, man. I aided and abetted by making the body.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, but I never had sex
that.
with the body.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to turn to Mr. McNeil. Thanks for being here today. Support of Mr. Swanson. I would just open the floor to you to provide whatever thoughts you have.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, board members, for having me here today as an advocate. I've been working with Mr. Swanson over the last about 2 years now, making trips up to Moose Lake every 3 or 4 months, and I'll go there and I'll meet a series of people serving life sentences that are kind of interested in getting their information and stuff together. And I've met with him pretty consistently during those times. And I will say, the person I see today versus the person I started working with 2 years ago is leaps and bounds. When I first started working with Mr. Swanson, it was hard to get him focused, hard to get him to work on a reentry plan or get his letter together. And then after about 6 months, I started to notice a shift where I'd see him actually put in effort, where he was coming up with the reentry plan for New Mexico and for Minnesota, just because, like you heard him mention, he's interested in both areas. And I really saw him start to get dialed in and have more, I guess, sound thoughts on what going into the community would look like, what it might look like to start living life again, if ever granted a release or when a release is granted, however it works. And so I was very happy, I guess, to say that I've, at first I was a little apprehensive because it didn't seem like it was going anywhere. And then I really started to see him working on himself and investing in what release might look like, and actually thinking about, with some of the questions you've even asked today, what some of the struggles might be, what are some of his hopes and desires, how programming might be effective for him. And then obviously, as you've all heard before, because I've spoke in front of you several times now, if granted release or to get moved on to his next sentence, and when release comes down the line, I would continue to work with him with the remainder of his sentence, whether it's on this life sentence or the additional 91 months, I believe it was, or something like that, to prepare him for the community, and then helping him actually get connected to those resources and supporting him out in the community when that day comes. And I did, have a conversation with him as well, just like you all have had with the recent disciplines. I know that that's something to consider in all of this, and something that you should definitely ask questions around. So I'm glad you did, because things come up, and it's important that the person, when that happens, is able to explain what happened and have insights on why maybe they behave that way. And it appears he has, and I've spoken with him several times since he got off of some restrictions from that last discipline. And so I think that's all have. I just really wanted to express that I've really seen a lot of motivation with Mr. Swanson in the last year and a half with gathering all this information, getting it together, and actually starting to think about in a logical way what the community would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just had one more question for Mr. Swanson. I understand you've struggled for quite a while with maybe some suicidal ideation, that sort of thing. What are you doing to manage that?
Oh, meditations. I keep telling myself I gotta wait till my sister, as long as she's alive, I have to stay here. Can't break my word. I reached out to mental health on it. The first one I went through and talked to Miss Wolf, I had her explain everything I was going through, and her assessment was, well, you just need to get over that, don't you? And I just got seen by mental health again here. And I've been explaining some of this stuff to them, and we're starting to work now on a program to give me tools that might actually help me in those areas.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Swanson, before the board begins deliberation and discussion on next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to make any final comment you'd like.
Well, let's see. I've done everything in my power I can to better myself, to make amends to Mr. Strupert and the communities. Plan to still work with Mr. Strupert in the future, hopefully. I've done everything in my power that I could, within my grasp, that I can do to make amends and better myself. I'm not sure what else there is I could do. So with that, I'll let you guys deliberate.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to discussion among and between board members. I'll just start off by just saying that I have deep and significant concerns, and those concerns really stem from this whole notion of being able to envision Mr. Swanson's function in the community. And I base in part some of that on some of the challenges that he has on the inside, his apparent levels of isolation or use of isolation to avoid certain things. I think he's got many positive things. It's very clear that he is and can be, and by his own admission and his own words, he's a hard worker. But this whole notion of him talking about the fact that he can't imagine necessarily what life might be like out here. It's hard for him to envision that, and the support network that he would need. And so in my view, he's not ready to go. I struggle with how long and what. But if he can't use the gift of imagination to kind of envision what life can or should be when he gets out, and what would be necessary for him to accomplish that in a safe sort of manner, it's just impossible for me to support even step down at this stage of the game. So that's where I'm at. I would like to hear from others in terms of where they're at before, I would certainly be willing to offer a motion, but I'd just be interested to see where others are at.
I struggle with the inconsistencies in his accounts over the course of time. They just have varied. They've been all over the place. I think there's 5 of them now. And it seems to me that points to a lack of accountability, responsibility, and understanding. And when I hear Mr. Swanson talk about things he's done to develop empathy, they're external things. They're becoming involved with hospice. That's something somebody can see. You know, they're you know, even meeting with Don Stuford, but they don't reflect, in my view, an earnestness or a depth of understanding on his part of the harm he has caused and what went into him to cause such a heinous crime. So I'm having a real struggle with seeing responsibility, accountability, and consistency.
And I would kind of echo that as well. Even the closing statement, if I'm being honest, somewhat fell short by saying like I've done everything that I could do. Well, it's not a start and finish scenario. It is something that needs to be ongoing and lifelong. We can provide directives and things we'd like to see, but some of that needs to be internal, and it's that internal piece that I'm not certain about.
I think he intellectualizes the whole thing. And I was struggling with how long to continue. And, is 3 years too long? Should it be 2 years? I think he needs behavioral health intervention. And, the psych report.
You grab the mic, just.
Oh, sorry. The psych report did mention trauma-informed. I can't remember the term she used. She didn't say he shows that diagnostically, but it's pretty close. I wondered if that would make a difference if that could help him sort of become a little more empathetic. But regardless, I would like to see a strong mandate for behavioral health. I think what you might be referring to is her suggestion or inference that medication would be important, and his rejecting that and saying he'd do hypnotherapy. It wasn't clear whether it was on the outside or inside. Is that the part that you're referring to? I was just reading that whole psych thing, and the psychologist said in there, I can't give him it was something to the effect of I wouldn't diagnose him, or he doesn't meet the criteria, but. So I thought, well, especially after listening, I thought maybe something that would help him get out of his head and get to his emotions a little bit more. All for the purpose of being successful when he gets out, because I don't see how he could be right now.
I see him as being way too dangerous. If this is how he reacted to anger, if that really was a part of the motive, then he needs a lot more work on anger management. And I'm not talking about just the tray throwing incident. To be motivated by anger to commit a horrible crime like this is incomprehensible. And I don't see that he's done anything to really address the anger or to be consistent in terms of how he recounts the offense. There were many different narratives in the file and evidence of things he's pretty much denying now. So I think he needs to be continued for 5 years and then reassessed after he does work on anger management, behavioral health, whatever can be done to address his emotional state.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second it.
So there's a motion and a second, deny parole with a 5-year continuance. And the elements that were raised here. Other thoughts?
I guess my only thought is, would we consider 3 years just to try to help motivate perhaps? But I'm not so tied to that.
What if it was a 5 with a 3-year off ramp? But what would be the hook? What would this board want to see by way of work effort or planning in order to even allow that to happen? Because I don't just to have it for the sake of having it, I think but if it's, I hear what you're saying, that, we don't want them to wait until year 4 to work on this stuff.
It is helpful in scenarios such as those that you be very clear about what the expectation is in order to grant that, because when it's make progress, that's so hard to see if there's enough there or not in certain circumstances. So if you want to do that, I ask that you consider more clear expectations.
All right, I'm not hearing a lot there, so we have a motion and we have a second. So to the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Swanson, your parole is denied. You've been continued for a period of 5 years with the expectations as laid out, behavioral health, working on that release plan, remaining discipline-free. And, I just, one of the things that I'm struck with here is, during the meeting you had with psychologist, you described yourself as being, quote, outside the circle of most social groups. And there's, in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that. And yet we live in a world that it's hard to be outside the circle entirely. And therefore you're going to have connections with people, and that can become a challenge. And so I think, I say that because I think that's, one of those areas that, this broadening of engagement and being an active participant in the community, in a true active participant in the community, even inside a prison, can be worthwhile. And with that, I would wish you good luck. We will send you a letter describing all of the requirements. Any questions?
Gotta unmute. You can't hear me.
Mr. Swanson, we can't hear you.
We have to be unmuted on your side.
Oh, yes, I was saying, sir, on the thinking disorder or the outside the circle, it was the psychologist that just did the interview of me, pointing out the fact in there that it's a schizoid. My thinking disorder is different than most people's. It's not unusual. It's just different. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm very functional. I'm able to work with people on the outside and everywhere else. I just don't think the same way as everybody else. And she put that in her report.
Okay.
It's an extremely normal thinking pattern. I'm able to function. I've always functioned fine out there.
Well, you didn't function always fine out there because you're sitting in prison serving a life sentence for killing a young woman. So
Well, I'm talking about
I'm not going to
working out.
argue that with you. I'm not going to argue this with you. I just want to point that out. So I wish you well, and we will get you a letter that describes all the requirements. Thank you.
Yep, sir.
Steering wheel sleep. How long to get the next guy?
Thank you, Moose Lake. If you can exchange people in the room there for us, we'd appreciate it.
I just
Thank
want to be mindful that we're running a bit ahead of schedule. I just want to make sure we have opportunity for people who
you. Yeah.
who may be wanting to come here today. So
Can we, do we
Yeah,
want to take a little
yeah,
break?
take a 15-minute break and we'll
Yeah.
come back and get into this.
Okay, 15-minute breaks. Moose Lake?
That's fine. Just,
All right.
let's just, we'll wait for, we're just gonna take the break. Yeah. that's
Yeah.
good.
We're going to take 15-minute break. Can you hear me?
At the facility?
Yeah.
Can we reduce the time to like 10?
I want to be mindful of other people who may want to come. So can you hear us
Can
at
you
the
hear us?
facility?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yep,
Yep.
now we can. We're just gonna, because we're running a little bit ahead and
It's not very loud.
we may have some people who are wanting to attend. We're gonna just take a quick 15-minute break and then we'll come back on, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It sounded like there was.
Yes, yeah.
ready before I start. All right, good afternoon, Moose Lake. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you.
very well.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Ronald Vernon Schneider, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Schneider also has his advocate and cousin participating today. Sir, is it Mr. Mark Mellon?
Moline.
Milleen.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's pronounced differently than it's spelled.
Thank you
it's
very
spelled
much.
like Mellon, but it's pronounced like Moline. I know.
All right, thank you. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Andrew Larson, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, and Joe Earhart. Thank you. Our records indicate that on February 14th, 1985, at 2:30 a.m., a Robbinsdale police were summoned to a professional building on report of a burglary. Officer John Scanlon and other police officers cleared the building. John Scanlon was in his squad car writing reports when Ronald Schneider returned to the area, approached the squad car carrying a gun, extended his arm, and fired his gun into the squad car. Officer John Scanlon was shot behind his left ear and under his left arm and was pronounced dead at the scene. On November 14th, 1985, Ron Schneider was sentenced to a 17-year minimum life sentence for first-degree murder in Hennepin County District Court. He was also sentenced to 36 months for first-degree burglary and 36 months for kidnapping. He was required to serve those two sentences before his life sentence, and those sentences have since expired. Ronald Schneider was previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel 6 times. He was continued for a future review each time. Today's review represents Mr. Schneider's 7th review after serving approximately 36 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence occurred on February 15th of 2006. Thank you. Turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schneider. How are you today?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
I'd like to start by asking you to describe what it is you'd like to see happen today and why you feel that's warranted.
Thank you. Well, number one, I still need socialization. And I believe I also need supervision. Supervision and socialization are available at an assisted living home in Benton County. It's called Harmony View. And my wishes are to receive an honorable discharge from the Department of Corrections and allow me to go and live in the assisted living home called Harmony View. Benton County, the city is, I believe, Sauk Rapids. Sauk Rapids. So, having said that, I want to clear my conscience with you people. I want you to know who I am. And whatever happens after that is in the will of God. Thank you.
So why do you feel like it would be appropriate for you to be moved forward with that plan?
Well, like I said, I still need socialization. Now, originally, my cousin Mark seated behind me, asked me to live in his home with him, which he owns. And I thought, that's pretty good. But my cousins in St. Cloud say, no, you need more socialization. He works full time, so I would be unattended in the daytime. So moving into assisted living would give me that socialization and that supervision. Not only that, but I am 84 years old next week. And there's a lot of senior citizens in that home. So I find it beneficial that I would join with other older people where they have nurses and doctors, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel that it's in my best interest because there are people trying to help me. There are people who have literally done everything they can in their power to find this place for me.
Okay.
And to help pay for it.
So
So
let me ask you this. So just to go back to my question, why do you feel like that move is justified and warranted action of this board to move you forward like that?
Sure. Well, for one thing, it would be with quote, normal people, unquote. Whereas if I was to be sent to Lino Lakes, I would still be with, prisoners. Okay. I would rather be with people who are quote, normal. Okay. So that's a pretty good reason right there, I think.
Okay. So tell me, you talk about you'd like to leave here with some sort of certification or whatever that you are reformed.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
It means that I learned to think. When I was living on the street, I didn't think, I just acted. I did things that were wrong. And since then, I've had a lot of guilt about those things I did wrong. And I've also had a lot of guilt about the things I could have done that was right, but I didn't do. So in prison, I've learned to think about situations and think what I'm going to do next. And I even brought it into a psychological evaluation of myself, which I was in denial of for so many years. Guilt, just what I mentioned earlier. And that, as you know from my record, I've done some stupid things in the past, having contraband. And in your last report, you mentioned that I suffer from self-sabotage. Well, thinking and putting myself under the psychological gun, so to speak, has helped me to realize that I still have the guilt for doing the bad things and not doing the good things, but I don't feel like I have to hurt anybody, including myself, like I used to when I was doing the sabotage. So now I'm more of a quote, normal person than I was 40 years ago. Thank you.
So you wrote to us and talked about you made reference to that we should I think there was some reference in here like a rhetorical kind of way I'm guessing like you should like ask my jury.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, that's go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I guess one of the things I was struck with, I was struck with this whole notion of, what's in the past is the past. And it strikes me as a little bit of the same stuff of, well, ask the jury about, what they think, and, it took this long for them to make a decision about what should happen. And they had these questions. It just strikes me as a little bit of, perhaps more than a bit dismissive. I don't know. So what's your reaction to that? I mean, it just seems dismissive of the fact that
Yeah,
you took a man's
Yeah.
life for no
You're-
reason.
you're right. Well, I did. I did take a human life. And I'll feel sorry for that for the rest of my life. I probably didn't have to add that to my letter to you. I did it out of self-consciousness that I never had the thought of killing that man. I never had the thought in my head of shooting that man. So I've never thought that I was guilty of first-degree murder. And that's what the jury took a long time to determine. Apparently there were holdouts that did not think I was guilty of first-degree murder until they finally came together in a quorum, so to speak, and had one voice that I was guilty of first-degree murder. So I apologize for your concern that I might be lessening the effect of my crime. No, I'm still guilty of first-degree murder. They found me guilty of first-degree murder. I'll always feel bad about that. But there's that little voice also that tells me that in reality, I never had a thought of killing anybody. So it doesn't lessen my jail sentence any. I was still given a minimum of 17 years and a maximum of life. But you could say that I keep that as a little reservation, you might say, of I was still a good person at the time, but not a very good person. I'm not the same person I was at that time.
Mr. Schneider, your response baffles me. Whether you, I do not want to get into retrying your case. But the bottom line was you walked away from a scene and you came back and you shot a police officer sitting in the front seat of a car.
Yes.
That's the facts. That's what you're in prison for.
That's right.
And so now, some 40 years later, hear conversations about the fact that, it wasn't first degree because I didn't think I was going to kill him. It just dumbfounds me, just to be completely frank. And
Let
so
me help you.
I'm talking now. So that's just number one. Number two, one of the things that sticks out to me was the gun in this case was never located, as I understand it. Is that accurate?
It was located.
It was? Okay.
Yes, sir. Do you
Where
want me
was
to
that located? Yeah, where was that located?
Okay, my attorney, after the trial was over with, my attorney said he'd like to have the gun. Where is it? So I told him where it was. I told him where the gun was. And I'm assuming that he got the gun. That's my answer.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. I'll open it up to other board members.
Mr. Schneider, I have a question I'd like to ask. You said that you didn't intend to kill anyone, and yet you had a loaded gun with you. So what was the purpose of the loaded gun?
Self-protection. It gave me a feeling of power. at the time.
Did it need to be loaded?
Yeah, you don't, a gun isn't that good unless it's loaded.
That's what I'm talking about. You took a loaded gun, but said you didn't intend to kill anyone, so it's a contradiction to me. But what did you do with that gun?
I killed somebody with it.
Where is it? What'd you do with it afterwards? Where'd you hide it, toss it, put it?
I hid it in my apartment where I lived. And I told my attorney to look for it, and I'm assuming he got it.
So help me understand, and you may have already answered this, but what was your motive for killing an officer for no reason at all? You could have walked away, yet you
That's right.
came back
Well,
and killed him.
let me tell you how the crime happened, then maybe that will clear up some of the confusion here. I left my apartment half drunk with a loaded pistol and a glass cutter. And I went to a building, a business building. I broke the glass with the glass cutter and entered the building and did burglaries just out of vindication. I wasn't after any money, but I was there just to do something that was evil at the time. And I came across a man coming down the stairs, and I asked him if he called the cops. He said no. I took him as a hostage, and we went into the parking lot where there were two cars. And to show you how confused I was at the time, one was a cop car, it was white from Robbinsdale. The other was a dark car. And I asked him to his face, which of these cars is his? And he said, neither one. So then we walked a little bit further, and Mr. Scanlon came driving in from our right and drove into the parking lot. And I tried to divert the policeman away from the hostage and myself by telling him that he went that way, meaning the burglar that he's looking for went that way. The next thing I recall, and this is the God-given truth, the next thing I recall were two recoils on my pistol. And then I looked at the officer. He was slumped over and not moving. At the trial, my hostage, Mr. Ligda, gave testimony that when I said he went that way to the policeman, Mr. Ligda started screaming, "It's him, it's him." And I have to assume that I blacked out because I don't remember him screaming that. The next thing I recall were the two recoils. But in his own words, and believe me, he's haunted by nightmares because he feels that he had a connection with the shooting. He feels partly guilty for what he did. I've heard this from people that have talked with him. So that is the story, and that's why you say motive. The only motive I had was to get out of that place.
So breaking in, you weren't breaking in for money, you were just breaking in to.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
To break in?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you done things like that before, just to
Yes.
be doing something?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get any money that night?
No, no money.
Did you have other blackouts from drinking?
That was the second one I've had in my life. The first one was when I came back from the Vietnam. My Army time, I started drinking. I had a blackout then. Those are the only two blackouts I've had.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would just like to follow up. You said you broke in for vindication.
Yes, ma'am.
Vindication for what?
I was mad at society. I blame society for my lifestyle. I blame society for money I had lost in the stock market, and other things. I blame them for me being me, which is crazy to say, but I wasn't taking accountability for my thinking or my actions in those days. So whatever problem I had, even if it was drinking, it wasn't my fault. It was society's fault. I know it sounds crazy, but in the mind of a person who can't admit his faults, I guess that's sort of a way of saying, well, it wasn't my fault, it was society's fault.
Can you
Yeah.
admit your faults now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, I can.
I was just a little bit struck by your opening statement when you said you wanted to go to assisted living in Sauk Rapids. And you said because you want to be with normal people.
Yes.
And I think you went on to say something like people in prison. Are people in prison not normal? Is that what you meant?
Well, you might know more about that than I do, but I've lived with these people for 40 years now. And I tell you, I would rather be with my relatives and my friends on the street than with the people I live with. That doesn't mean that I have a fight with these people all the time. Of course not. But yeah, I would rather live with normal people. Yes, I would.
Well, I was struck because you're in prison.
Yeah.
You're in prison like all the other
Right.
people are in prison.
And
So
I'm not very normal.
what makes you so different? I mean, I'm serious. What makes you so different?
Well, I think I've been a model prisoner for 40 years. I think I've done some pretty good things. I've gotten a bachelor's degree from Metropolitan State University, something I did not do on the street. I haven't drank a drop of liquor in 40 years, and yet I go to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, and I have a blue book, and I have no desire to take drugs or alcohol again. You want me to continue?
No, thank you.
I don't swear as much as I used to swear.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One question from me. Within the pack that we received as part of the program review team memorandum in here, you talked a lot about just your learning about some of your own self-sabotaging behavior. Can you talk about that? Is that recent self-sabotaging, or are we talking like a kind of a lifetime of self-sabotaging behavior, and what do you attribute that to?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you. I think getting drunk is a self-sabotage. So every time I drank to get drunk, I was sabotaging myself. Okay. And every time I stole from another person, like in burglaries, or broke indoors, I was hurting other people. So that, in effect, is self-sabotage also. It didn't come to my attention until I was having weekly psychological meetings with a psychologist here by the name of Jeremy Jameson, who was here back in the early 2020s, but has since left. And I was doing these 1 hour evaluations, talking with him, and he was taking notes on my statements. And then he would come back and ask me these questions. And it struck me that I wasn't being completely honest with him. And he knew I wasn't being completely honest. I was hiding some fear of being Ronald Schneider. And my thing with this guilt came about just within the last few months, thinking about the conversations I had with the psychologist Jameson and Mr. Schnell's remarks 4 years ago that I do self-sabotage. It seemed to come together that, yeah, I don't have to do that anymore. It's not necessary. I'm still guilty of the things I've done and guilty of the good things I did not do, but I don't have to carry it as baggage on my back or do bad things to remind me of my guilt. I hope that answers your question, sir.
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, at this point, I'd like to turn to Mr. Schneider's advocate, Mr. Moline. First, I want to thank you for being here today, and I'd open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in Mr. Schneider over the course of time.
Thank you all for allowing me to be here today. I have visited my cousin Ron here quite a few times over the years, and he's always had a very good positive attitude, and I might say a good sense of humor as well. And from what I understand, he's been a model prisoner for the most part of all these years, and always cooperated with the guards and with authority, and has never really argued or gotten in trouble. I think maybe his being in the Vietnam War may have had an influence on his, people coming out of the Vietnam War back in the day weren't treated very well when they came back to the United States. They were, they were insulted, spit on, they couldn't get jobs. If you throw PTSD on top of all that, what you got is a person with a lot of problems, personality problems, mental problems, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that's an excuse for his crime or anything at all. I'm saying that could have been strong contributing factors to the crime he committed. And I'm sure at the time he wasn't intending to kill anybody. So you really can't say it was premeditated. It was maybe a reactive crime, reacting to the situation at the time, which of course wasn't good, naturally. But that's kind of the way I saw it. It was a reactive crime, not a premeditated thing. And every time I've talked to him, he's been a good person to talk to. We've had a lot of long conversations. He's regretted his crime ever since the day he got in the prison, ever since he did it, really. I'm not sure what he means by he needs more socialization. I think he's socializing just fine. But I think the best thing that could happen for him would be to be in a different, a different situation outside of the correctional facility, like going into one of these halfway houses, or he can come stay at my place. I could use the help of cooking, for God's sake. I'm a terrible cook, and he happens to know more about cooking than I do. But I don't know if that would happen or not. But I think he's down inside a pretty good guy, and he means well. I know he had a bad day one day a long time ago, and he's been paying for it ever since. But he's been in prison for a very, very long time, and I think I think he would be okay outside of here, to tell you the truth. And like I say, I've visited him many, many times over the years and had many in-depth conversations with him. And in my opinion, I think he'd be better off outside of a facility like this. It would help him mentally, physically, and every other way you can think of. So I don't know what else I can say. But I think he'd be better off outside of here, maybe in a halfway house, or come over to my place, for God's sake. But I don't know what else I can say. It's just that, in my opinion, I think he should be given some consideration after all this time.
Okay, thank you so much, and we thank you for your support of Mr. Schneider over the years. It matters.
Thank you. Appreciate you listening to my opinion here.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to, Mr. Schneider, I would like to turn the floor over to you to make any final comment that you wish to provide to the board before we begin discussion and deliberation of next steps.
It's always been on my mind ever since I've been in prison, the jail. I feel sorry for the widow Scanlon and their son. I feel sorry for the brothers and sisters of Mr. Scanlon and the people in Robbinsdale. I've felt bad about this. God, I wish it hadn't happened. I just wish it never had happened. It's, I carry it with me for the rest of my life. I'm very sorry to have taken his life. I've written apology letters. I don't know if she or he has read them or not, but they were very difficult to write. But having written and read those letters, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did that. I'm glad that I admitted that I did a very bad thing, which I'll never do again. I hope that you people will see the human in me, the good Ronald Schneider, not the Ronald Schneider of 40 years ago. That's basically my hope, that you do see me as I am. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And I would open this up to the board for discussion of next steps.
Well, I'll just start. I think Mr. Scheider's age is a factor in that I don't believe he'll commit another crime. So for me, it gets down to how long we keep him in prison as retribution for killing a police officer and a person. And I don't have the answer to that.
I think I think that we need to consider what he's saying after having been in prison for as long as he has. He's minimizing the crime. He's still saying there was no premeditation. He's changed the facts. The reports say that he went over to the car and the officer who had his head down, he was writing a report and he shot him twice. He's saying somehow the gun accidentally discharged. He doesn't bring up the impact on the victims until the closing comments. I mean, this family lost their loved one at age 35, a new father. He was supposed to be promoted the next day. I just don't think that this man deserves to be a free person. I think he needs more time. He's not reflecting on what he did and why he's there.
You know, I don't disagree. I would just say, I do not think he'll commit a crime once he's out. And yeah,
It's pretty hard to judge.
you know, it isn't for me.
Well, I don't see it as a big risk of him committing a crime. I'm thinking of it more in terms of society in general and what we view as being tolerable. And he did a huge harm to society, to the victim survivors. And that's intolerable. That's the drawback for me. Otherwise, I would say, yes, let's look at, particularly since they've looked into assisted care and have funding, or his support person offered to let him live there. I wouldn't be that concerned about it, but I think he owes a debt to society more than he's repaid already.
I share some of the sentiment of the other board members. I'm appreciative of what I view as kind of the more recent, really deep reflection into self-sabotaging behavior that's apparently been in place. However, there's just something that is, I'll just, something for me is missing, that there is a dismissiveness of the specifics of the offense and getting hung up on, well, it should have been second degree and not first. Like the semantics of it really, I almost kind of view as a little bit of a slap in the face of the victims and society at large. So I really, that bothers me. That does it. That does not speak to accountability. Certainly not the type of accountability that I would want to hear for a crime such as this. So if we're looking for a motion, I would make a motion to deny parole, continue for term of continuance for 3 years.
I would second that motion.
So there's a motion and there's a second. So I'll open it for discussion around the motion. I too struggle because I think, there's the question about the kind of the ability to commit a crime of violence, given his age and some of that kind of stuff, and not that, he's still ambulatory and all of those things. So I perhaps have less concern on that front. I do think about like through the lens of this issue of accountability and recognition of the the dismissive nature of some of the things that he talks about, and he's a quite intelligent person. There's just no doubt about that, and can be articulate. But I think when I hear some of his comments about things like what's in the past is in the past, and now God's hands. That level of dismissiveness, I think, is something that is in the seat that we sit in, and representing the broader sense of the community, the acceptance of responsibility, the impact on the victim. that the potential risk that does exist, although lessened, I would argue, but I do feel a sense of that it's inadequate, that he has done an inadequate job of accepting responsibility, and that he continues to kind of take on some of that dismissiveness in his demeanor and actions. And I think even the whole conversation about normal and not normal itself is a bit strange in the sense that he apparently and obviously regards himself as normal amongst a group of abnormal people. And so to that end, I could not support parole. I will just say also that I struggle at 3 because I don't know what we're trying to fix. I'm not sure what the problem is that we're trying to fix. And so I want to be honest about that. And yet, if that's the motion, and I would support it, but I think, to do this, to have victims that if they so chose to come back in and provide input to the board and run people through this, I just don't know that it's worth it. And just to be frank, I would feel better at 5, but there's a motion that's out there.
Well, just we're in discussion now. To that end, that was my question. How long do we keep him in prison? How long? Just to what you said, what's the point? If he comes back in 5 years, he'll be almost 90. Then what do we say if nothing's changed? So one thing I could live with here is the PRT made a recommendation for ELU. And I wondered, would that be something that might shake things up a little bit within him?
Where is that located? Is that at Faribault?
Stillwater.
Stillwater?
Yeah.
That's
an amendment.
That really would be an internal move, and it's something that we could make happen. Pretty simply. I saw that request or that mention of that in the PRT report.
Wouldn't that need to be a medical decision?
Pardon me?
Wouldn't that need to be a medical decision?
Well, I mean, they would need to be able to make sure that they can manage his medical needs there. But that could be worked out either there or at, there's also a earned living unit at Faribault. Both of them have new ELU honors units. So I guess, I don't know.
It would be an amendment.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's something you would look at.
I'm not opposed to that. So if an amendment is needed, I would certainly be open to that amendment.
Then you're talking about the
ELU?
ELU.
Is that
Yeah,
what the
ELU at Stillwater.
Can I ask about just your thoughts about the 3 versus 5?
I would accept that friendly amendment. I don't have, I understand the point you're raising. I would be willing to amend my original recommendation.
It would also require then both these points. It would, if we were to do that, Joe, would you support that as in a second, the amending that?
Yes, I'd be fine with that. I second it.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. That would be a denial of parole, a continuance of 5 years. And, we also have this notion of, continue to address, the behavioral health side stuff, and to continue to hopefully gain some insights into, I think that level of kind of dismissiveness of the impact of what he has done. And we would look at a transfer move to one of the earned living units, assuming that his medical needs can be addressed in that location. Obviously the continued expectation that he would remain discipline-free, which does not appear to be much of an issue. So that is the motion in the second. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Schneider, you've heard the decision of the board and what we're willing to do. Obviously, you certainly have a say in this, and you can talk to the PRT about the ELU option and go from there. Any questions?
Do I appeal?
Oh, hold on. That was it. All right. Go ahead.
No questions?
Go ahead. I had to unmute you.
Yes, how do I appeal?
How do you appeal what?
Yeah, this, your decision.
There is no appeal for this decision. It stands.
Oh, okay.
Except the.
I have put in for commutation with the clemency board.
Okay.
So I would be seeing them. I don't know, are you giving me 5 years? I would be seeing them for certain before your 5 years comes up again.
Yeah, so the Clemency Review Commission, if they're going to see you, they can see you and they can make whatever recommendation they want to the Board of Pardons. That is an
Right.
entirely separate process from this.
Right, thank you.
Mhm.
Except the ELU.
Okay, thank you. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
I can get Lionel on right away.
Yeah, I think we'll move.
Carlos Smith,
Yes.
I'll go get his family. I think they're out in
Thank
the,
you.
they're out in the hallway.
You want me to get?
I think she might have been,
I just told, they asked me what time and I
Oh.
said,
Oh, and the earned living unit is new to me. I wasn't aware of that. I was confusing it with the elderly living unit that they used to have for
yeah, that's down at Faribault.
incapacitated inmates. Yes, so I understand better now. I looked it up.
Okay,
That it's, yeah, that's, sounds like a good thing.
yeah.
Hello?
Hello, we'll be with you in just a minute. We're just waiting for things here, so we'll get to you.
I don't think she's the mother, but I don't know. Is one of you Mr. Smith's mother? She is coming. I thought she was waiting.
No, anyways, no, it's fine. It's all right, problem.
Yeah.
She's here.
Are we good? We got everybody that's coming? All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release on the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Carlos Smith, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes at the minimum custody unit. Mr. Smith also has his attorney and advocate participating today, Bo Rabra. Thank you for joining us today. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Andrew Larson, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, and Joe Earhart. Mr. Smith, our records indicate that on October 5th, 1993, Carlos Smith and 3 accomplices approached a male on the street and robbed him at gunpoint. They assaulted the victim by punching and kicking him and took some of the victim's personal items. Immediately following the robbery, Smith and his accomplices robbed another person. As the victim resisted, 2 individuals searched through his pockets. Carlos Smith then produced a gun and shot the victim, Mr. Woods, once in the head, excuse me, and once in the abdomen. When he fell to the ground, Smith fired his gun several more times at the victim. On May 24th of 1994, Carlos Smith was sentenced to a minimum of 30 years imprisonment for first-degree murder in Ramsey County District Court. He was also sentenced to 96 months for aggravated robbery. Mr. Smith served his 96 months first and is currently serving his life sentence. On July 9th of 2025, Carlos Smith was granted a commutation by the Minnesota Board of Pardons, making him eligible for parole consideration on his life sentence, and notwithstanding the mandatory minimum prison term of 30 years set forth in Minnesota statute. The Supervised Release Board may at its discretion grant Mr. Smith parole at any time. Today's review represents his first review with the board after serving approximately 26 years of incarceration. His original parole eligibility date will occur on March 29th of 2029. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon. How are you today, Mr. Smith?
I'm doing fine.
All right,
Yourself?
good. I'm well, thank you. Why don't we just start out by having you talk through what it is you'd like to see from the board today and why you think that that's warranted, and you're ready.
All right, thank you. Thank the board for allowing me to be here today. And before I get started, I'd just like to apologize to the Woods family. Not saying I was sorry to them during my trial, and for all the harm that I've caused to their family. What I'd like to be permitted to do is continue my rehabilitation in the community on supervised release in order to obtain my driver's license so that I will be able to increase my chances for employment. I think that the follow options for transitional housing would be a good place for me to start. Pathway Forward with John Foster and Pastor Charles Berry of the Salvation Army. This would be my first option for transitional housing because what they can offer with their program. I would be allowed to gain access to a vehicle in order to get some needed practice behind the wheel for my driver's license at no charge. John Foster, along with Pastor Berry, has assured me that they will be with me along the way as I return back to society. I understand I will need to learn a lot, new and different things, and their program is designed to help people like myself reacclimate into society. I'll be able to save up money because the housing option with them is affordable, which will allow me the opportunity to purchase a vehicle and get an apartment within 6 months to a year while I'm working. My second option would be to 2611 Thomas Avenue. That would be a house. They would allow me to rent a room there. I believe this location could also provide me with a strong connection to my support system and my community. My mother lives in North Minneapolis and will be a strong support system as well. It is my hope to continue doing the work I started inside with Professor Dennis Donovan at the University of Minnesota by attending speaking engagements with his college students and sharing my public narrative. I have a strong passion for volunteering, and with people like Dennis Donovan, I know more opportunity in this area will continue to be possible. In addition to this, I will be able to work with Minnesota Recovery Connection, which will be supporting me with my continued education credits and with gaining employment as a peer recovery specialist. I will also be able to begin working with St. Paul City Councilwoman Anita Bowie and her Committee on Public Safety. In addition to that, I have some job offerings, one particularly from the Circle of Peace movement at the Unitarian Church in St. Paul as a community outreach worker. I look forward to being able to volunteer within my community while working as one of the group's facilitators in our Hearing Circle groups. If given a projected SRD here today, I would like this board to consider the following. I've been gone to consider it 32 years I've been away. And I would really appreciate that the board consider if I was granted an opportunity to leave, that my daughter would be allowed to come pick me up. In closing, I'd like to request if the board would consider also honoring what the Minnesota Board of Pardons asked. And that's that I would get an opportunity to be released to supervised release. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you talk about just the background by, the work that you've done over the course of time and what makes you feel you're ready for release?
Oh, yeah. So one particular group that I attended, and you've been there also, Commissioner, was when we were in Stillwater. Russell Ballinger came in and he did the Healing Circle. I believe that that group gave me the opportunity to be able to challenge the way that I see myself in the world and my different perspectives that I had when I was younger. And those connections that I was able to bridge with the community through the groups like that have afforded me the opportunity that I believe to be in front of this board here today. I wouldn't have received half of the support, nor would I have met the different people that I have and been able to impact different individuals inside here without opportunities like that. And I appreciate you attending. And prior to that, going back to Cheryl Ramsey Boss, when she was a commissioner over in Oak Park Heights, I just wanted to put this on the record. I appreciate, when you came into the prison and you brought your father and your daughter in there, and when you sat in that church next to us, that humanized the men that was in that room. Moments like that were just a little glimpse of hope that people like us need in order to keep pushing forward to make changes in our life. And one thing that stood out to me, and I'll never forget, is when you came in there and you handed them men Christmas presents right in front of the captain. And the way they felt after that, receiving those gifts, was priceless to me. And it was sad that after you left, the next commissioner didn't share that, but that's another story. But, yeah. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. I'm going to open it to board members for questions.
I understand that you fairly recently transferred to minimum security placement. You're currently participating in ICWIC.
That's correct. Yep.
And how is that going?
It's going. It's giving me an opportunity to, get out there, but physically it's taxing on me.
Fair enough. So one question I have for you is, I understand you've been incarcerated for, I think you said 32 years.
Yep.
So massive chunk of your life. So how do you, and I also understand the desire to get going quickly. How do you temper that desire with, or how do you make sure you don't try to go too quickly to where, because you have been incarcerated for so long, typically you like to see kind of a step down model and a purposeful reacclimation into society. So how do you prevent yourself from trying to do too much too fast? Maybe that's the best way for me to put it. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I have to use the word that the commissioner uses sometimes. In some of these situations, you have to apply a warm handoff. And I understand for me, a warm handoff may look like more structure, Obviously, I'm somebody that's a candidate for supervision. And I just believe that if I'm struggling and want to move faster and faster, everyone I talked to that got out said that you don't want to be moving too fast. You want to move slow and take your time, because when you're moving too fast, that could possibly put me in a situation that I don't need to be in. And I feel fortunate because I have a lot of support outside of here. And I believe that if I am struggling in any type of area, I can reach out to my support and they're going to be there for me. So.
And do you think they would say, like, hey man, pump the brakes a little bit, like make sure you're in a good place? Do you feel they would do that for you?
Of course. And not only will they do that for me, as a peer recovery specialist, one of the things that we're taught is health and wellness. So it's first and foremost that we focus on our health and wellness in order to be able to help somebody else. So I understand the need to slow down, but I would really like the opportunity to continue my rehabilitation outside of these settings, if possible.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Smith. It appears in several places that you struggle with rules when you think they're too rigid. And I'm wondering, in other situations, let's say job situation, living situation, social situations, you think the rules are too rigid, you don't like the rules. How will you handle that when you're not the one in charge?
Well, the first thing I would do is stop and think and weigh my options. But I have somewhat of an idea of what you mean by your question. I would like to believe that I would be able to communicate whatever issue I might have with the individual and resolve it in an appropriate manner. Even though some of my past struggle with questioning people, a lot of people don't know the context behind that is because I just want to understand what it is you're asking me. It's not necessarily me trying to challenge or be combative. It's just that's my way of processing information.
How would you handle that if someone perceived it as being combative and did not deal with you in kind? Maybe someone who has not been through programming and they're used to just saying, do it this way. That's your job. How are you going to handle that?
I will follow what they asked me to do. And if the opportunity presented itself after that, I would try to approach the person and with some interpersonal communication.
If the opportunity presented itself.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one. I might be making this up because now I can't find it, but in your letter, did you say you wanted to go to Red Wing to get a driver's license?
That wasn't my letter. That was the when they asked me options of what minimum I would like to come to. That was for that. It was like a specific request. That was before I even came to Lionel Lakes minimum.
Okay.
That wasn't in my letter to the board.
Thank you.
Oh, another question I had, Mr. Smith, along those same lines. I saw in your report that it's a real trigger for someone to refer to you as an offender. Do you realize that on the streets everywhere else, someone might say you are a former offender? It might come in a job situation. I've heard it many times in DOC. That is what we were trained to refer to, what we used to call inmates in a former state, offenders, and that's a real trigger. Have you addressed that in some way? Have you acknowledged to yourself that this is more than likely going to happen? And you
Yes.
could really blow up over that.
Yes, I have, and if someone was to refer to me as an offender in the community, I think because of that, the environment would be different than the environment I'm in now. I wouldn't take it no more than just words. I wouldn't blow up or nothing about it. I just respect what they had to say and go on about my business.
Well, I'm glad you're thinking about it, but do keep in mind that that is part of training in DOC.
Used to be.
That's all I had. Thank you.
It used to be. Yeah, it's changed now. So, all right. Any other questions? All right. I would like to turn to your support person and open the floor to you. We thank you for being here today and just to provide your thoughts or insights.
Thank you, Commissioner. A few letters had trickled in, short of being submissible for our hearing today, and I just wanted to share two of those. One is from the Executive Director of the Legal Rights Center. At the Legal Rights Center, we have a program called Dreaming Restorative Futures, which is a community-based circle that we hold in North Minneapolis at Weber Park once a month. It's intergenerational space. We have leaders and we have people who are recent homecomers co-keeping this space. And Carlos is exactly the type of person, Malika says, that we want to be coming and sharing experience, building empathy through storytelling. Because of his experience as a facilitator, mentor, and leader, and his experience with pursuing healing, education, leadership training, and passing the torch to people entering our carceral system, he's exactly who we need in that space. And I wanted to convey that we have opportunities to stipend our circle keepers who come and join us. And then the other letter was from Antonio Williams, who was one of the testifiers at the Board of Pardons hearing on behalf of Carlos, that his organization, Tone Up, will fully support him. They provide structured reentry support, mentorship, employment pathways, and opportunities for continued personal and community development. I just wanted to reiterate those supports when we're talking about that concern around maybe going too fast. Antonio and many others are the types of people who are going to be able to mentor through knowing how to be measured in taking on responsibilities and taking on commitments. Other than that, I didn't have anything that I feel like Mr. Smith can't speak to himself. And if there are specific outstanding questions, I'm happy for you to pose them.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. All right, at this time, I'm going to close that discussion, and I would just ask, but before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, Mr. Smith, I want to offer you the floor to make any final comments that you wish prior to us doing that.
Only thing I have to offer in the closing is that is this. I realize the harm that I caused to my community. I understand the harm that I caused to my victim family and to their community. And everything that I do from this day forward, I hope that I can in some way try to honor them moving forward. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, with that, I will close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open it up to the board. I'm gonna launch a motion here. Just having been I was at the board hearing, the Board of Pardons hearing in July. So was aware of some of that discussion that occurred with the Board of Pardons. So I'm gonna make a motion that we would grant Mr. Smith parole, and we would set that parole date out. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say 90 days, but hopefully less than that, because we have to get agent assignment here and approve that release plan. And you have laid those things out, but we have to make that referral to Hennepin County would be the agency that would approve the release plan. You would be subject to intensive supervised release supervision, which is pretty standard in these cases. But you're bypassing the step down process. With recognizing the kind of the thoughts of the board of pardons specifically, and the progress we've seen in the plan you've laid out. So that would be the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none. I'll call for a vote on the motion. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Smith, your pardon is your pardon, that's been done. Your parole is going to be granted. That can take, and we're pushing it. Normally, it's 120 days that we provide notice. So, I'm hoping for 60, but it could be up to 90 for that to take place. They will work with you to get the paperwork together at the facility there that gets sent off to Hennepin County, who will then make it an agent assignment and do the investigation into the release plan. And we'll ask that they do that as quickly as they possibly can. Any questions about that?
Yes, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that within 60 days, I could leave for 90 days?
60 to 90 days, yeah, you leave on parole.
Right, and you say Hennepin County?
Well, because you have, I think the address, are both those addresses that you provided, they're both in Hennepin County, right?
Well, Pathway Forward is in Hennepin County and the 2611 is Hennepin County, but the,
so it would, they do the investigation of the release plan and approve the release address.
Right.
So we would focus on that first, that address that you would prefer, that program one. So we would, that would be I'm assuming the referral address that we would be making to Hennepin. They will then, assign the agent, a primary agent, and then do that investigation and get that back to us for approval. Once that comes into HRU, we would we'll establish your conditions and get you a hard out date.
So until then, I don't have a SRD.
Well, the SRD is no more than 90 days. It could be less than that, but it's going to be your date's going to be, let's say it's 90 days out. But if we can get this back in 60, you can go in 60. As soon as we are able to process that, we'll move you forward.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep,
thank you. Good luck to you.
thank you.
I also have the next one immediately ready.
All right.
I'm in a question. Can put any offender.
Yeah, I mean, they,
I told them up that we just let them know that's supposed to be accepted.
Mr. Townsend will be with you in just a couple minutes, okay?
we mute the room for 1 second. We mute this room for 1 sec, just 1 second.
All right, good afternoon. And it looks like we have your advocate on as well, so we'll get started here. You cannot hear me? Is someone in the room there to help you with the volume? Testing, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, good. I can hear you well as well.
Auto tracking, camera auto switching.
I can't hear you now.
Okay. No, that was someone else in my room here. We just wanted to make sure your camera got set back to the regular adjustment. It is, so we're good to go. Good afternoon, Mr. Townsend.
Good afternoon to you.
Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Otha Townsend, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Mr. Townsend also has his advocate and wife participating today. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Townsend. Here with
Thank
me
you
at
for
the-
having.
You're welcome. Thank you. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Andrew Larson, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, and Joe Earhart. Our records indicate that on October 31st of 1992, at approximately 1:30 a.m., Candace Cuck Wilson brought Otha Townsend to the home of Lisa Johnson with the intention of purchasing marijuana. Cuck Wilson and Townsend left Johnson's home to go to an ATM to obtain cash for the purchase. Townsend returned to Lisa Johnson's home roughly 10 minutes later without Candace Cuck Wilson. A while later, Johnson woke up on the couch, bleeding and struggling to breathe. Neighbors called 911 and paramedics arrived at her home at approximately 3 a.m. to render aid. Several days after the assault, Johnson identified Townsend from a photo display as the one who assaulted her. At approximately 4 a.m. on October 31st of 1992, a newspaper delivery driver discovered the deceased body of Candace Keck Wilson in St. Paul's Highland Park area. It was estimated by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner that her time of death was between 2:20 and 2:40 a.m. that same morning. After further investigation, a warrant was issued for Otha Townsend. Almost 1 year later, on September 21st of 1993, Otha Townsend was located at a homeless shelter in Dallas, Texas, under an assumed name and was arrested. Townsend was returned to Minnesota by authorities. On September 29th of 1994, Otha Eric Townsend was sentenced to a life sentence for murder first degree in Ramsey County District Court. This sentence requires a minimum of 30 years imprisonment. Mr. Townsend was previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel for his initial review hearing on September 13th of 2021 and continued for 3 years. On September 10th of 2024, he was reviewed by the Supervised Release Board, denied parole, and continued for 14 months. Today's review represents Mr. Townsend's third review on his life sentence after serving approximately 31 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on this life sentence occurred on September 28th of 2024. On June 1st, 1995, Mr. Townsend took an Alford plea and was sentenced to 72 months for attempted murder in the second degree. This sentence is to be served consecutive to his life sentence should he be granted parole. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Townsend. How are you today?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you just start out by talking about what it is you'd like to see happen today?
I like to be paroled to my next sentence and hopefully go through the step down process.
Okay. Can you talk about your readiness for the move?
Well, I prepared a release plan. The release plan lays out hopefully be able to go to work release. And after work release, be able to attain a job. I got outside resources that can help me as far as professionals, organizations, family, friends. So that has prepared me for my transition.
Okay. So can you talk more about like what it is that that makes that comprehensive and will aid your success in transition?
Oh, okay. Over the last 32 years, I've participated in a lot of educational programs, a lot of behavioral, cognitive programs, did a lot of mentoring, tutoring, working with people and organizations. And that had prepared me to not only be a big contributor to society, but also prepared me to also be a productive citizen of society. As far as jobs, being able to deal with situations and obstacles. I was able to build a relationship with different organizations that would help my transition. I got a good family, friends that would help me in my transition. And so, yeah, I have established a good foundation as far as my release plan to be able to help me in my transition.
Great. Can you talk a little bit about just in terms of your sense of the impact of the crime, the lasting impact?
Yeah. First, I'd like to say I'm very remorseful for what I've done and the impact that it had on the family, the friends, and the community of Candace and Lisa. I understand the impact now, a lot more so because throughout my incarceration, I had opportunity to mentor and aid and assist people who had the similar thinking that I had when I was in my 20s. And that in itself gave me insight into my way of thinking and actually helped me to evolve as an individual. And so having that experience allows me to be able to really see the impact and the effect that I had, not only just the family and their friends, but the community as a whole. I believe that like no one should be put in a situation like that. You know what I mean? The community itself, the mess up the trust that a community has for its citizen individuals, I played a big part in that. And in that, I'm sorry.
What do you imagine the lasting impact to be on the people who are impacted?
Well, I know it affected a lot of people's expectations. It affected the family's expectations. It affected the expectation that the victims had for themselves. And I know that's long term. That's something that can last for generations and decades. You know what I mean? That's kind of hard to really fix or repair. It's something that you can't fix or repair, really. So I understand the impact it had. You know what I mean? I understand that I played a big role in affecting a lot of people's lives. You know what I mean? And also, I betrayed the trust of the community. You know what I mean? By acting in that way.
All right. One of the things that as I was trying to envision, I think we talked a little bit about this before, but the sequencing of what happened, and you may not appreciate the fact that we're trying to understand this, but I'm also just trying to understand what actually happened that day. And I think when I look at some of the official accounts and then some of the things that are being reported, there's some variations. So I'm wondering if you could just walk us through what happened that night.
Okay. Well, let me see. Well, it's something that started days before. Days before it happened, I was selling marijuana and I got robbed. And then, so when I got robbed, I figured I had to re-up. And so I went through Candace to actually re-up. And then the situation happened where it was a transaction, and I believe that what they were selling me was mine. And I believe that she caught on that it was mine. I don't believe that she knew it was mine. And that she went out to my car, and because she knew I had a gun on me, but I didn't have it on me. It was inside the car. And though she went in the glove department, I called the glove department, and I kind of grabbed it. I shot her several times. After I got the gun from her, I panicked. I tried to cover it up. I go in there and shoot Lisa, and then I ran. And then as I was running, I got in the car and drove off. When she got in the car on the passenger side, it wasn't all the way locked, so the door was shaking. I stopped the car, tried to secure the door, but the door couldn't secure, so she fell out. And then I just closed the door and I left. I didn't, it just happened so fast.
And this, the place you were at, her body was on, I think, found on St. Paul Avenue, right?
Yes.
Is that where the apartment was, or the place was that?
No, it was some distance away. I don't know. I don't remember exactly where it was. It was some distance away. I was like, when I ran, she was still in the car. I got in the car. I drove off.
So you shot her in when she was in the car. You shot her, or when the gun? Yeah.
Yeah. And so after I shot her, I went in there, I tried to cover it up, which I shouldn't have, and then that's when I shot Lisa to try to cover up what happened. I got back in the car. Kansas was still in the car when I drove off. But when she got in the car, she went to the passenger side, so the door was already closed. And so when I drove off, the door started shaking. I tried to close the door, and then I couldn't close the door, and she fell out. And I closed the door and I left. That's how she got in the street.
And she was already dead at that time?
I don't know. I panicked. I don't know.
I have no additional questions for me. Others?
I have a question, Mr. Townsend.
Okay.
I was reading, of course, that you went to Dallas where you remained for a while after the crime. And I'm wondering how were you feeling during those months before you were arrested? What was your emotional response to what you had done?
Confused. Didn't know what to do. Didn't know how to feel. I mean, I was in my early 20s. You know, I didn't have the cognitive skills I have now to understand the impact of what transpired. I was just scared, and so I just ran. You know, I didn't have the fundamentals or the ideology to be able to know what to do or how to do. You know what I mean? So remorse. You know what I mean? Regretful, but mostly just scared.
Did you know that victim 2 had not died?
No, I didn't know anything. You know, back then we didn't have the technology we have now. I didn't know what happened after the fact.
And exactly how much, just in monetary terms, did you think had been stolen from you? I'm just curious in terms of the effort that went into trying to.
The place I was storing my stuff or working out of is about 6-7 pounds at the time. You know, and so, you know, I was referred to Candace by somebody, and then come to find out, you know, they didn't tell me who it was, and then found out it was Candace. And then we knew each other, you know what I mean? And so we had familiarity with each other, and me not thinking anything about it, went to purchase the marijuana.
At the time, did you think that much marijuana was worth killing for?
No. I didn't, you know, honestly, I didn't have a plan to hurt anybody or anything like that. It just happened so fast and so quickly. I had no plans at all to hurt anybody.
Now, did you know both of these victims beforehand?
Say again?
Did you know both of the victims beforehand?
What do you mean know about what? How?
Did you know them? Were you acquainted with
Only
the victims?
Only person I knew from previous a year or so ago was Candace. I didn't know Lisa.
You didn't know Lisa? Did you know Lisa was pregnant when you shot her?
No, I didn't. Actually, I didn't never paid attention to it. Never even noticed it at all. I don't know was it what she had on or whatever. I just never noticed it.
Did you just assume both victims were dead?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I didn't have assumption of what happened after the fact. No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Townsend, did you have an opportunity to review the board book that we're relying on, including the program review narrative and the psychological?
Yes. Yes, I have.
I'd like you to respond to a statement in the program review narrative under remorse and victim impact. When discussing, focused on how offense affected him personally. Statements were flat, monotone, lacking emotional depth,
lifetime mentor described him as emotionally disconnected. How do you respond to that? That's how people saw your response to having committed one murder and having left another woman for dead.
I'm not real good at communicating my feelings in that matter. Early on, through a couple of programs I went through, you know, remorse and empathy was shown by the decisions that you make thereafter, you know what I mean, and the goals you set. Over the last 32 years, I have strived to be a better individual, a better person, and try to describe, you know what I mean, in detail what remorse is. I don't have the ability to explain that. You know what I mean? I don't have the ability to really come up with the words to explain how sorry and remorseful that I am. You know what I mean? I had the ability to be able to show it in my actions, in the things I do, and the goals I set out. And if you look at my record for the last 32 years, you know what I mean, I have strived to be a better person. I have strived to accomplish a lot of goals. I have strived to help and assist people within my community. And so that's my way of showing remorse. But to try to explain it, it's kind of difficult for me to explain how it feels to be sincerely remorseful. So I kind of try to show it in my actions. And how do I respond?
Do you recall the directives that you were given when your matter was continued for 14 months back on September 10th of 24?
Yes.
Wasn't one of them to continue with restorative justice?
Yes, as far as the letter writing.
Did you do anything else in restorative justice that would constitute satisfying that directive?
Well, there's only, from my understanding, there's only restorative justice 101 that you do. And then there's letter writing that you do. And the third one is getting on the committee. And I actually applied for the committee, but didn't make the cut.
Was another condition that you were asked to satisfy before coming before us today to participate in pro-social engagement and programming?
Yes. Yes, and I have done that.
How?
I continue the Life for Group, the Life for Support group. I signed up for a decision point. I completed that. Regular work program, assignment programs, I stay with that. Any program that I'm able to get into or assign to, I have accomplished that.
Do you think that you learned anything about pro-social engagement? And if so, what?
Well, I learned how to be, over the time, most programs really teach you just being optimistic, looking for the good, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, and understanding what they're asking you or what you're trying to achieve. So most programs centers around just basically having a general concern about the people that you're dealing with and the circumstances that you're dealing with.
So did they address anger management and emotional regulation, would you say?
Oh yeah. I had anger management back in Faribault, and that was a real good class. And basically in that class, it just put you in situations where it's that, you know, how do you deal with alternative thinking measures? You know what I mean? How do you approach certain situations? You know what I mean? How do you combat conflict, stuff like that?
Do you recall that the psychological review done just a month ago, October 8th of 25, said that you didn't take direction well from supervising correctional officers, you were resistant when asked to complete tasks, and that you did not present when an officer requested you for a task, and that your direct supervisor described you as argumentative and resistant to direction, and that was echoed by others, and that you demonstrated poor emotional regulation and anger management. That was after you'd taken those courses, is that right?
Yeah, but that situation came about where that when the Department of Corrections changed the policy as far as work hours and stuff like that, where you have to actually sign in to work, they changed the way that we work. I work in a unit I live in, and the unit I live in, before they changed that, they can call you at any given time. I mean, you had your assignment, but they also can call you at any given time to fulfill whatever task they want to fulfill. When they changed the policy where you work for only the times you sign in, I got scheduled for the third shift. And so second shift, it took a while for second shift to get used to not being able to call me to do certain tasks because I wasn't assigned to that. And so it was a conflict. And I wasn't the only one that had a conflict. Everybody had a conflict because they were so used to calling people, swampers to the desk to do certain tasks, but I wasn't on that schedule. And so the second shift, it took a while for the second shift to get used to that process.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I don't have any
That's where
further.
the conflict came in at.
Did you finish your answer? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, I finished, yeah.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Townsend.
I have one question, Mr. Townsend, and I want to acknowledge all you've done. You've done a lot to help yourself. I don't understand what happened with the apology letter, so I'm just going to read this to you. It's from the PRT report. You may remember it. It says, you were asked to reflect on recent use of personal growth tools. You cited interaction with your case manager about the apology letter. However, he did not mention a recent kite sent to the warden regarding the same incident. The kite included some factual misrepresentations, despite Mr. Townsend being reminded previously that another staff member had been present during the interaction. This raises concerns about ongoing narrative distortion or lack of full accountability. What does that all mean? What exactly happened?
Well, actually, I gave it 14 months, right? I had a limited time to get my apology letter in. All right. So I'm kind of, me and the coordinator for the apology letter bank is going back and forth, trying to get my letter approved. In the midst of that, I got a different case manager. And the case manager I got had a whole different approach on how he processes letters. All right. And so once I understood his approach, then I had to facilitate the apology letter myself to get it approved because he wanted you to do it on your own. Whereas that before my case manager, I went through them. And so there was a kind of a conflict about how to get the letter approved and get it processed. And so that's where that situation came about. But eventually I was able to get it in, get it processed, and it was accepted. But it was a conflict because I got a different case manager like 4 or 5 months ago. And he just had a whole different way of doing things. And I had to learn his way of doing things, which was totally different way that I was used to.
Well, I remember, I think that case manager was a woman, right? And you didn't get along real well, or am I making that up? Maybe I am.
No, that's not me.
Okay.
That's not me.
What was the misrepresentation in the kite?
Oh, well, my current case manager had a different view about what transpired. All right. I wrote a kite to the warden explaining my view of what transpired. And my case manager believed that my view is different than his view, what transpired. So that's what he was like, well, he might be a little delusional about what transpired because based on what I believe went on, this is what happened. And so we just have a different view of what transpired. And that's where the delusion came in at.
Thank you.
Mr. Townsend, I know you've mentioned that you did complete the victim or the victim letter, which I know the board had specifically asked for that. what did you get from that process?
Really communication. Working with the Pies Letter Bank, you know, I learned a different way to communicate. You know what I mean? I figured, I'm a college graduate, you know what I mean? I write, I study, but my communication is different than his communication. And so going back and forth, because he always thinking, what do the victim want? You know what I mean? How to best express yourself. And so we went through like over a year going back and forth. All right. And what I learned about that is basically finding a better way to express yourself, being a little bit more thorough in saying what you really was in your heart on paper. And so if I learned anything that I learned that, you know what I mean? Learning better to express my feelings on paper. You know what I mean? Better express myself, thinking about what the other person might want to hear or might want to know. And so that was the position that he played. And so it was just a going back and forth, a learning process for me and him.
Okay. Did you, and maybe I should try to frame the question a little bit different. And I completely respect what you said and you know, how the difference in communication style. And I also appreciate that you said earlier, you know, sometimes getting someone to understand or, you know, verbalize empathy, it can be challenging. And I respect that. Did you, I guess that's kind of what I'm looking for. Like, did that process, did that process do anything for you from a victim empathy perspective? Maybe that's more kind of what I'm curious about.
It gave me a lot more knowledge about how to open up. You know what I mean? How to say that you're sorry, how to really actually apologize for the wrong that you have done. You know, understanding that there might be culturally or ethically a different way of approaching the situation and just learning how to be able to deliver that information. You know what I mean? And understanding that there's more perspectives than yours. If I ain't learned none of that, there's more perspective than yours. And you have to be open to other people's perspective, open to other people understanding, open to, and I think that's the process of learning. I mean, I'm open to that. And so that's why I've learned during the letter process. You know what I mean? You know, I was sincerely, initially wrote my apology letter open-heartedly, but when somebody else read it, it's like, okay, you got to open up more. You got to open up more. You got to open up more. And so that was the process between me and the bank. Open it up more. You know what I mean? Open up and saying what need to be said.
Okay. Thank you.
One final question. How do you regard yourself by way of handling conflict? Issues where you disagree?
I think I'm pretty good. I mean, as far as I've been locked up 32 years. In most places, I've got 100, 200 people in there with different ideology, different concepts, different objectives. And, you know, by the grace of God, I'm able to deal with multiple different characteristics. And a lot of this stuff came from my learning. You know what I mean? If you look at my disciplinary report, no discipline. You know what I mean? No fights, none of that. So dealing with conflict, it's an ongoing process, without a doubt. All right. But I have learned a lot over the years.
Okay.
One more question. And I think, you know, Board Member Bray had acknowledged, and I would acknowledge as well, like you've done a lot of work. You've done a lot of work. Do you think you're entitled to release?
I don't know. I want to be released. I see that I can do a lot of good. I can contribute to my community. But entitled, I don't think I'm in a position to say that. You know what I mean? My responsibility is to get ready for release. You know what I mean? I'm not in a position to say entitled for what I have done, you know what I mean, and the decision I made. You know what I mean? My only objective, my only goal is to be ready for it, to do the best I can, to strive to be a better person day in and day out. You know what I mean? But as far as entitled, I'm not in a position to say that.
Thank you.
All right, let's turn to your wife. Thank you so much for being here today. And I would just open the floor to you to provide your thoughts and insights.
I would like to say that he's not alone and he has a strong support system in place as far as his family and includes employment opportunities, wellness, educational, residential, and family assistance. I'd known him prior to his incarceration, and I've noticed that his personal growth has improved and he has built potential to be successful in any area that he chooses. And when I say his personal growth, I mean he has the ability to set a goal and make necessary changes to achieve it. His word skills, knowledge, habits, and behavior.
Thank you for that, and thank you for being here. And obviously, your support of your husband is noted and appreciated. So thank you so much. Mr. Townsend, before the board begins the discussion and deliberations about next step, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
First, I'd like to say I'm very remorseful for what I've done and the pain I caused the family of Candace and Lisa. I will continue to strive hard to be, a good contributor to society, a good individual, a good family man, a good community man. And that I got a good support system to help me in this transition.
Thank you. With that, I will close this discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board to discuss next steps. Is there credit for time served here too on the 72 months?
Yeah, I believe I saw it was like 500 and some days on the consecutive sentence you're talking.
Yeah.
Yep, I believe there's 500 and some days.
Yeah, I think it translated into 7 years, so I figured 4.
72 would be 6, right? Is the 6.
Then you do 4.
Yeah, I was just guessing.
Yeah, 4 years. So, and then
I had estimated around 30 months left.
30
If from parole, from the date of parole,
What did you estimate?
30 months.
Okay.
Not that that's.
Yeah. No, I pulled my calculator.
Well, the PRT recommended that he complete Thinking for a Change I assume that hasn't happened. Well, no, it couldn't have, because that's a recent recommendation, and that's a 16-week program. And continuing in behavioral programming. And it sounds like he still has some work to do in terms of being able to get along with people, not react defensively or in anger so often. I know that it's not entirely avoidable at times, but seems to happen quite often here. There also is an allegation of domestic abuse. I don't know whatever came of that or who made that allegation, but that is mentioned in his file. I would recommend that we continue for 2 years, and during that time that he have some requirements of, for instance, thinking for a change, the program, and continuing in the Lifer group and psychological services to address these issues.
Second.
So motion and a second discussion.
Well, I'm just struggling with, we saw him, I guess, 14 months ago, and we wanted him to come back in 14 months. And I actually think his affect has improved, if that means anything. I think he's a little more positive person. I probably would not support the motion. I would want to see him go to minimum.
I'm influenced by the comments of the psychological review and the program review narrative. Those are people who see him on a day in and day out basis, not necessarily on his best behavior. And I agree with you that we did 14 months, but that didn't show readiness during those 14 months, according to those 2 reports. And that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I guess we haven't seen discipline. You know, they've said he gets that way with authority, and yeah, that's not great. I would go with minimum, but we have a motion, so I'm just throwing out where I'm at.
Other comments? All right, so as the motion would be to deny parole, continue for a period of 24 months, complete thinking for a change, continue to engage with behavioral health around, I'm assuming kind of just some of the stuff around emotional regulation and dealing with and addressing conflict. And were there other things that?
Lifer group, restorative justice, continue to participate.
Okay, restorative justice and remain discipline-free.
Did you mention thinking for change?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, sorry.
Yep. All right, to the motion. Board Member Bray?
No.
Board Member Earhart?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
No.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
And Chanel votes no. So the motion does not prevail. So we're back at square one.
Well, I would venture a motion to move him to minimum, begin the step down process. I think during that time, he could get it, depending on where he goes, thinking for a change. I do think there's a need to work on the authority thing. So that would be my motion.
Does the consecutive sentence impact the step down? Like that's part of my question in this, or kind of what that step down looks like, because I've really been conflicted with this. And actually his answer to the last question I posed, I felt was the most heartfelt answer that I've gotten from him. Like that was like, that he doesn't he's not entitled to it. And that recognition, like that, I think that was meaningful. He's put in a lot of work. He's done a lot of good stuff. I think that there is something that maybe gets lost in communication a little bit. I don't know that a 2-year continuance is necessary. Again, just my own personal feeling. So does the consecutive sentence impact what that step down looks like, I guess, is kind of where I'm at with it.
The challenge here is that, I mean, if he has roughly 30, then you're really the decision, if you're going to use that time as part of step down, then you're paroling him. And then he paroles out to that. I'll just say that I'll just be really frank about where I said I'm not supporting any type of step down. And I think, part of that is really grounded in to some degree, in part, even some of the response to that last question. Because I think about this relative to how he sees his treatment in comparison to others. And I struggle with that because I think we're not talking about others, we're talking about him. And I think that ends up being one of the hard parts here is that, the question, do you think you're entitled to release? And yet, no, I don't. But I also believe that I'm treated wildly different than others. And that's the part that I just get, I'm troubled by, along with some of the regulation. So I think about, what does that mean when you start to talk about getting into workplaces or those sorts of things? And that's where I think the struggle becomes for me. But I don't want to dismiss either the amount of work that he has done, because he has done a lot and he's accomplished much. So that's not lost on me either. So, so I share that just to let people know what I'm thinking. But obviously, there's a motion, right? I think you launched a motion.
Yeah, I did.
Is there a second to that motion?
Can I just clarify what the motion was?
To really step him down. No, we don't have that yet. We didn't get that far yet, but we would. That was.
Well, if we don't have a second, why doesn't somebody else try for a motion?
How about a compromise? Continue for a year with the directives that we mentioned before. I mean, looking at the fact that he attempted to kill 3 people, he's still got this consecutive sentence for a crime that came very, very close to being another double murder. At least a year to work on these directives and improve his thinking, his attitude, and his behavior, because it's going to be very hard for him outside if he continues with the same type of reaction that we're seeing now. And these are, as Cheryl pointed out, these are people that work with him every day. We don't know him except from what we read, and this has to come from the people that do work with him and have documented how he's done. And it could have been a lot better, should have been a lot better before he goes to minimum. So I would propose one year with the directives given.
All right, there's a motion to do a 1-year continuance where he's at with the expectations that were laid out. And then he would be seen again. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
The motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, to the motion, Board Member Gray?
No.
No. Board Member Earhart?
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes no. So the motion prevails. So Mr. Townsend, the decision of the board is that your parole is denied, that you are continued for 12 months with the conditions that were discussed here, and we will provide you in writing in a letter, and that you'd be then seen again a year from now. Any questions about that?
You're muted.
Oh.
You're muted on your end at Lionel.
Can you hear us
unmute?
at the facility? We can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Now we can hear you.
So what would you like me to do? The critical, I mean, the thinking for change?
Yep. Thinking for a change, working with behavioral health just to process some of the issues around conflict and managing frustration. We'll just put it there. And restorative justice, continuing lifer support group, and remain discipline free.
Okay. Restorative justice, what do we mean by restorative justice? Because there's not
Just being, just
haven't
if
done
they're,
it.
okay, if they're just running, if it's just a repeat class, then don't, but some of the facilities just have ongoing restorative justice groups that meet. And if they don't have that, then that's fine.
Okay. They don't have it here.
Okay. Okay.
Would I be staying here or would I be going somewhere else?
You'd be staying there. All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody at Lionel.
All right. We have just a couple other. So just on matters of, we have some issues of new business, just we have tentatively, I think we have it marked down now. February 24th of 26 is the planned board training date. And then, if there's any ideas that you, questions or information that you might have regarding training or what things might be beneficial or helpful, pass those along to Becky or Aubrey so they can include those in, the work that the CFSY, who would come in and be a part of that training, could include. And they've done a lot of work with pro boards around the country. And then, we are also looking at having some work stuff done by the board, by the Victim Services and Restorative Justice Unit, and then looking at some policy review questions. That would simply be some discussion of policy review. Any decision making would be brought through, through at a future board meeting for official action. Any questions about that training that's being worked on?
Is there a training proposal in writing someplace?
There's a proposal that came from the group.
From them, yes.
When they were, because I wasn't able to make that.
Yeah,
meeting.
I'll resend it.
Thanks.
So we'll get that to you.
Aubrey will probably be the one resending it. Thank you.
Yeah. And then we have a couple of, action items here. One, I would be looking for a motion to approve the minutes of the September 24th, 25 meeting.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. And then a motion to approve the October 12th, and it would need to be somebody who was present at that meeting if you weren't there that day. A motion to approve the meeting minutes of October 12th. Motion and a second from.
I seconded. I'm almost certain I was there unless I
Okay.
got my dates mixed up.
Yep, you were there. Yep, you were there. Okay, all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? None? Okay, motion carries. Those are approved. No public comment signups here. The next meeting of the Supervised Release Board will be on December 9th here at the Department of Corrections. And with that, I would accept them.
Could I get a point of clarification,
Yes.
please? We all did our first visit to the prison last year. I'm trying to figure out where the year starts, if it started in June when the board, so are we up for another one before year end, or can you clarify that for
It's,
me?
yeah, the board officially started July 1.
Right.
So we're just going by fiscal year, so June 30th, July 1 to June 30th of the
this year,
following year.
This
Yep.
past year, so,
Mhm.
so it's a new year as of July 1.
Correct.
And
July
then
of
that goes to
20
June 30th
25.
of next,
Yep.
2026. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
I probably would have reminded you of that if somebody had said, I can't go yet, we watched the dates, so we were happy you guys got some of those tours done already. Visits.
Good. All right, a motion to adjourn.
Move.
And a second? Second. And we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.